Chapter 360. The retired official's surname was Sun, and he was called Master Sun by the villagers. A few years ago, he moved back to the village from the county town and built a huge house. He lived in seclusion, and the villagers could only see the steward and servants. They rarely had the chance to see him in person. It was just a few simple pieces of information, but it was enough to make up a story. Grandpa Sun must be a man with a story. The most likely reason he returned to the mountain village was to avoid trouble. If Jingjiu were to investigate, he would definitely be able to find out the truth of the matter. However, he had no interest in it. After looking at it from afar for a while, he left the village and embarked on his return journey. In the process of leaving the village, he conveniently took a piece of clothing that someone had hung outside, tore it into strips, and tied the iron sword on his back. Late at night, he crossed the mountains and returned to the cave. The starlight was like snow, illuminating the mountains clearly. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain lay in front of the cave. Its body was covered in blood, and it was no longer breathing. No one knew how long it had been dead, but it gave off a strong stench. The mountain rocks outside the cave were full of holes, and the ground was littered with crushed stones. There were even traces left by the hard hair of the demon beast that was as hard as steel thorns. One could imagine how powerful the demon beast was, and how fierce its struggle before its death was. Jingjiu glanced at the demon beast and confirmed that its monster den was useless. He walked around the corpse and entered the cave. The patterns on the stone walls and the ground had already become a lot more blurry. The formation was broken and could no longer be used. Guodong commented while looking at him, "The formation is pretty good." What Jingjiu used was the inherited heaven swordsmanship, but it was not wrong to call a formation. Smelling the stinky smell coming from the outside of the cave, Guodong arched her eyebrows slightly, asking, "Are we still going to stay here?" "I'm leaving now." Jingjiu walked to the pile of bones, picked up the cocoon, and walked out of the cave. Under the starlight, he once again crossed the mountains and crossed the ridges. With his back to the sea, he finally arrived at the mountain village. It was already dawn. Jingjiu carried Guodong and walked to the front of the large house on the outskirts of the village. Old Master Sun's house was very well built, and there was even a watchtower in the southeast corner. Not to mention defending against strong people, even the government would have to expend some effort to take it down. The side door of the mansion was very sturdy. The iron sheet was covered with hardwood, about 3 inches thick, and the door latch was ridiculously thick. Naturally, none of these could stop Jingjiu. He walked to the door, waved his right hand, and the latch on the inside quietly opened. The mansion was very quiet. There were no lights or voices. Jingjiu came to the stable while carrying Guodong. He pulled out a horse and found the carriage. He held the reins in his left hand and looked at the carriage, then at the horse. The horse looked at him with wide eyes, looking very innocent. Guodong asked, "You don't know how to harness a horse?" Jingjiu uttered, "Like teacher, like disciple." Guodong glanced at Jingjiu with a complicated expression and started to teach him what to do. Riding a horse and driving a carriage was much easier than cultivation. With Guodong's guidance, Jingjiu had taken care of everything quickly. In the darkness of the night, the carriage slowly drove out of the mansion. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the ground, making a soft sound. The time before dawn was the darkest and quietest. Even the slightest sound was enough to alarm people. Jingjiu and Guodong didn't have the experience of being thieves, and they hadn't thought about this kind of thing. They didn't realize what had happened until they heard the sounds of pursuing and cursing from the back of the mountain path. Hearing the filthy words from afar, Guodong arched her eyebrows again, exclaiming, "It's so noisy. How can I sleep?" Jingjiu knew her temperament very well. After having killed tens of thousands of people back then, she didn't have any psychological barrier to killing people. She could do it quite casually. Zhao Liu had said that she was very vicious, but she was actually the vicious one. He untied the iron sword and cut off a few tree branches by the side of the path, seemingly throwing them on the ground carelessly. The few tree branches landed on the mountain path one after another, and the distance seemed to follow a certain pattern. This was a simple formation to camouflage the eyes. The morning fog rolled over from the mountain, blocking the road ahead. The servants of the Sun family were trapped in the fog. They couldn't get out no matter how hard they tried. All they could do was watch the carriage disappear in front of them. The filthy words and cursing suddenly stopped. The people felt a bit frightened. "Look at your courage. It's just the fog. Let's go back first. We'll search the villages one by one in the morning." A caretaker cursed loudly. "These daring peasants. If we don't kill a few of them, we won't know the rules anymore." Hearing the words in the fog, Jing Jio didn't turn his head around. Yet, he was aware that Guodong was looking at him. The caretaker suddenly let out a dreadful scream. Those servants could see clearly from a close distance that the caretaker was waving his hands and screaming horribly, as if his hand were hitting something in the air. In the next moment, the flesh on the caretaker's face withered visibly, as if an invisible force was sucking the flesh, until only a thin layer of skin was left on his face. In an instant, the caretaker stopped breathing and fell to the ground heavily, turning into a dried corpse. "It's a ghost! It's a zombie!" Seeing this scene and thinking of the blocked road ahead in the fog, the few servants were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fled back to the village while screaming. Since it was a ghost and a vampire, it was not a human who had stolen the carriage. Even if the master of the Sun family wasn't scared away, he wouldn't harm those innocent villagers. There was a field not far from the village. Jing Jio put down the reins and returned to the carriage, letting the horse walk on its own. Guodong shot him a glance and asked, "What kind of devil method did you use?" "A magic trick," replied Jing Jio. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the hard mud and harder rocks, making it a bit bumpy. It reminded Jing Jio of the carriage of the Gu clan. Guodong was inside the cocoon, which was naturally cushioned and wrapped by the cocoon, so she didn't mind it and fell asleep gradually. She spent most of the time in a deep sleep, just like Zao did in the snowland. The difference was that she would wake up once in a while and talk to Jing Jio, asking him where they were. A few days later, the carriage arrived outside a city. This city was not the Diyuan they were heading to. Jing Jio saw that the city was quite prosperous, so he drove the carriage into the city. He wore a conical hat on the way. After walking for a while, he finally saw the medical house. The carriage stopped outside the medical house. Jing Jio got off the carriage with the conical hat on his head. He lifted his head to take a look at the plaque of the medical house and then walked in. He didn't come to the medical house to treat Guodong because the doctor who could cure her illness hadn't been born yet. Jing Jio was led into the deep part of the medical house after talking to the assistant. The formation was activated, and the quiet room was soundless. Jing Jio asked the doctor, "I have a general idea of the situation at the West Ocean. I just want to know how Guodong is doing." The doctor shot him a few suspicious glances, asking, "You are—" Jing Jio took off the conical hat, exposing his face. The doctor was startled by Jing Jio's face and took a few deep breaths, feeling a pain in his teeth. You don't even try to hide it?" Jing Jio said, "I don't have any new information except for the golden leaves. I don't think you people want them." The meaning of this statement was quite clear. "You curtain rollers want to know how much my face is worth," the doctor said while covering the side of his face with his hands. "Immortal Master, it's not a matter of money. It's true that we don't have any information." Hearing this answer, Jing Jio felt satisfied. He didn't show it on his face. He got up and left the medical house. As he walked out the door of the medical house, he saw a wheelchair placed against the wall. After some thought, he pushed the wheelchair out, leaving a golden leaf behind. Guodong opened her eyes after he returned to the carriage. Seeing the wheelchair Jing Jio had brought up, she asked curiously, "What did you do?" "I went to deliver a letter," Jing Jio said. The curtain rollers had been treating him with great courtesy, which puzzled him a bit. But since they were willing to help him, he wouldn't be too polite to them. And he could also make sure and try to find out something else, making sure that nobody knew that Guodong was still alive, and to find out how serious the curtain roller's attitude toward him was. The carriage left the medical house, leaving a few ruts under the green tree in front of the medical house. Sitting in the quiet room in the deep end of the medical house, the doctor pondered with furrowed brows for a long time, wondering how he should write the information. The assistant walked into the quiet room with the golden leaf in his hand and told the doctor that Jingjiu had pushed the wheelchair away. The doctor didn't pay much attention to it, nodding his head. Seeing the worried expression on the doctor's face, the assistant asked, "Who is that person? What has happened?" The doctor didn't answer him. He waved his hand to signal the assistant to leave and started writing the information. As he wrote, he said helplessly, "We're not here to deliver a letter." It was true that the main reason Jing Jiu came to the curtain rollers was to deliver a letter. Many cultivation sects and forces in the cultivation circle had been concerned about where Jing Jiu had been all these years. Few people knew that he had reappeared in Zhaoga City, including the curtain rollers. The curtain rollers knew that he had been in Jui City, but they didn't tell anybody else. The purpose of Jing Jiu coming here today was to tell the curtain rollers where he was. If someone inquired about his whereabouts from the curtain rollers might not tell them. But what if the inquirer was from the Shinma Peak? Jing Jiu wanted the curtain rollers to deliver a letter to the Shinma Peak for him. The content of the letter was simple. "I'm still alive." The horse-drawn carriage continued on its way to Dayuan City. On the way, Jing Jiu rode in a new carriage, but he didn't change the horse. He wasn't in a hurry to travel, but he didn't want to be discovered by others. He traveled slowly in the late spring. He had finally arrived outside Dayuan City after more than 10 days. There was an important official road leading to Yu County in the southeast of Dayuan City. The carriages were coming and going on the road, and the smoke and dust kept rising up. It was quite a bustling place. In comparison, the official road passing through the Ju Ridge in the northeast of the city was much more deserted, and not a single carriage could be seen for a long time. The stream by the road was clear, and various houses were scattered among the mountains. Some were planted with green pines that looked like umbrellas, and some were covered with bamboo forests. The scenery was beautiful. The sunlight was blocked by the pines and bamboos, and the stone slabs gave off a cool feeling. Most of the houses on both sides of the official road were owned by the wealthy merchants in the city. There were a few famous houses without signboards, and the food and the girls were all expensive. The horse-drawn carriage traveled along the official road. At the intersection of two streams, it turned right and entered a quieter road. As it reached the end of the stream, it saw a nunnery. The nunnery didn't have a name. It was hidden in the forest with a stone bridge behind it. As the carriage arrived in front of the stone bridge, they saw an old stone lying on the ground. The old stone was covered with moss, and there were 2 words on it that were almost covered by the moss. 3,000. 3,000 worlds, or 3,000 week water. It wasn't until the old nun in the nunnery came out to greet them that Jing Jiu realized the meaning of 3,000 threads of worry. "I'm sorry. This small nunnery is shabby, and we don't receive guests." The old nun said this to Jing Jiu with an apologetic expression on her face. Guidong's voice came out from the carriage. "It's me." The old nun's body trembled slightly, her face full of disbelief. A moment later, she came back to her senses and exclaimed in surprise and delight. "Is it Miss Dong?" Guidong said. "I've come to the nunnery to recuperate. Don't tell anybody, and don't bother me." This statement was quite blunt, not to mention polite. The old nun took it for granted and led the horse-drawn carriage into the deep part of the nunnery. Jing Jiu untied the horse's head and handed the reins to the old nun, saying, "Take good care of it." The old nun complied respectfully and asked, "How long do I have to take care of it?" "Until death," Jing Jiu said. The horse glanced at Jing Jiu, the expression in his eyes innocent. The old nun led the horse to the front yard of the nunnery, where she would take good care of it. From that moment on, the old nun and the other 3 nuns had been guarding the front yard. They came to the stone bridge and kowtowed a few times every day at dusk. The nunnery was small, but the scenery was good. The most beautiful scenery was in a meditation room. There was a round window on the wall of the meditation room. There was a small lake outside the window, and there were trees on the shore of the lake, their branches stretching out horizontally. Sitting in the meditation room and looking out, the round window looked like a round fan, and the scenery was the painting on the fan. The breeze blew over from the lake. Jing Jiu sat in the meditation room, holding a cup of green tea in his hand. He took a sip now and then, remaining reticent. This was the fourth day since they came to Dayuan City. On the opposite wall, Guodong opened her eyes and woke up. Now, she slept and woke up more regularly. She would wake up once every few days, but the time she was awake was still not too long. "Do you trust the nuns in the nunnery?" Jing Jiu asked while looking at the window. Guodong said, "I built this nunnery back then because I like the scenery here. Nobody knows who I am." "The scenery here is indeed good," Jing Jiu said. Guodong said, "The leaves will turn red in autumn, and the scenery will look better." Jing Jiu put the teacup on the table gently, saying, "It looks like you like enjoying life very much." Guodong said, "If I didn't enjoy it, why should I live?" Jing Jiu said, "There are sceneries in other places, and they might be more magnificent. At least, they will be more interesting." Guodong said, "I'm not tired of seeing the scenery here. Why should I go to other places?" Jing Jiu asked, "Why don't you inform Shuei Nunnery and ask them to bring you back?" Guodong said, "That place is a nunnery, and this place is also a nunnery. There is no difference." Jing Jiu asked, "Aren't you worried that they will think you are dead?" Guodong said calmly, "They think I like to make trouble. Maybe they will feel relieved if they know I am dead." The two of them didn't say anything more. They leaned against the wall and turned around to look at the lake and the trees outside the round window. A gust of wind suddenly rose, the lake water rippled, and the tree branches quivered slightly. It seemed that the scenes in the round fan had moved. It was unclear whether the wind came from inside the fan or outside the fan. Time flowed slowly like this. The sun was setting. Jing Jiu looked at Guodong. She had fallen asleep. The twilight was reflected in the meditation room by the lake water. The whole room was golden. The natural worm silk entangling her body grew fainter and whiter. Jing Jiu recalled what she had said earlier. It seemed that Master Shuei Nunnery and her big sister had the same attitude back then. It was not easy at all. Chapter 361. It was late spring outside the window, so she could sleep soundly. When Guodong woke up again, it was a few days later. She looked at the opposite side and found Jing Jiu was still sitting there, as if he hadn't moved at all, but the teacup was gone. Jing Jiu pulled back his gaze from the window and looked at her. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. "Do you think I'm a madman?" she asked. "I wanted to kill Jian Shalai with my low cultivation state." Jing Jiu said, "It's indeed not a wise choice." Guodong said, "Tong Yin said the same thing. He advised me a few times in private in the vegetable garden of the Baotong Zen temple." Jing Jiu thought that she had never been a girl who would listen to others' advice. "I have a nephew named Hejan. He's quite silly. If you have the chance, please take care of him for me." Guodong didn't wait for his reply, continuing, "I went to the West Ocean because I thought it was possible. As long as it was possible, I would like to give it a try." Jing Jiu said, "The premise of any adventure should be that there is no other option." Guodong said, "I don't have much time left, so I think it's the same as having no other option." "As I said, you won't die," Jing Jiu said. Guodong said, "Even if I can survive this time, I don't have much time left." Jing Jiu understood what she meant, turning his head to look at the scenery outside the window. It was late in spring, and it was almost moldy. The scenery was not as beautiful as it had been a few days ago, and it was not as beautiful as the red leaves in late autumn. The silkworm in spring wouldn't die until it died, but it didn't really die. Later, it would turn into a beautiful moth and fly to a farther place. Yet, the moth couldn't live for too long. Jing Jiu had calculated it clearly that Guodong wouldn't have a long life if she used this method. If she didn't use this method, she could live at least 200 more years in her cultivation state, but she wouldn't have any hope of breaking through the heavenly arrival state and seeing the scenery in other places. Even if she used this method, the chance of ascension was still very small. It was only a little bit higher, and it was almost negligible. It was a magnificent gamble to exchange her life, which was as still as water, for a glimmer of hope. If it were someone else who knew Guodong's choice, they would wonder if it was worth it. Jing Jiu would not say such a thing, because if he was in her shoes, he would also make the same choice. This was the predestined choice of cultivators, and he felt that it should be called the meaning of the existence of cultivators. That's why I'm a bit anxious. Having said this, Guodong fell asleep again. Yes, she was very anxious. She was in a hurry to find her successor, so she gave away a jar of good wine by the lakeside and participated in the following plum meeting in person. She was anxious to make up for her regret, so she went to White Town from time to time and said some meaningless things in the temple. This was also the reason why she went to the West Sea. Jingzhou walked in front of her and squatted down to look at her face. He was silent for a long time. He was ready to leave. After hearing what Bai Zhao said in Zhaoga City, Jingzhou merely wanted to see her. Now that he had seen her, it was enough. As long as she went back to Shueyu Nunnery, Jingzhou would go back to Aoyama. When he had prepared everything, he would come back to find her and cure her wound. It looked like she didn't want to go back to Shueyu Nunnery and preferred to stay in the human world. It was like what she had done a few years ago. She traveled from the Baodong Zen Temple to White Town, from Zhaoga City to the West Sea, like a gust of wind, traveling enthusiastically in the human world. She had a fiery temperament and a restless person, and she didn't like to stay in one place for too long. She had said many things to Jingzhou hundreds of years ago, and this was one of them. Jingzhou had never cared about what she had said, or what she liked or didn't like. But now, those words all appeared in his mind very clearly. The cultivation practitioners had a good memory, but it was not a good thing. Jingzhou decided to stay here. After coming out from the fiend prison, he stayed in Zhaoga City for only a few days, and then he took Guqing to the West Sea. They traveled through wind and rain, and the chaotic wind blew against them. He hadn't completely understood and mastered the underworld fairy sword, and his new cultivation state wasn't stable enough. He needed some time to feel and digest it. It was not the end after he had digested it, but the real beginning. After entering the fiend prison and learning the control of soul fire from the king of the underworld, Jingzhou had embarked on a completely different path in cultivation compared to his predecessors. Neither the previous generations of Aoyama nor the talented swordsmen of the No Mercy sect and the Foggy Island had taken this path. In the history of Chaotian, some demons had tried a similar method, like capturing the soul with the demon fetus, but it was merely similar in form. In essence, the method was on a completely different level. If Jingzhou could take this path, the sword sect of Aoyama would open up a new world, and it could even be regarded as the founding of a new sect. Such an important matter required time to think and prepare. This nunnery had an excellent scenery, and the sound of the tranquil lake was soft. No one could disturb him. It was a good place to think. As such, Jingzhou decided to stay here for a while. This was what Jingzhou was thinking. It was late in the spring, and the summer was coming. The peaks of Aoyama in the south could feel the heat more clearly. Isolated by the Great Formation, it wasn't so hot that it was uncomfortable, but the dark forest still made people feel uncomfortable. Standing by the cliff's edge, Zhao Leiyu raised her eyebrows slightly while looking at the greasy peaks, feeling displeased. The monkey's screams could be heard in the peaks, sounding quite cheerful. It must be Guqing who had come back. Standing behind Zhao Leiyu, Jingzhou said with his head lowered, Hejan has run away. Hejan had an extraordinary cultivation state to begin with, and he was known as the second in the world among the cultivation practitioners of the young generation. As such, when he decided to run away, Guqing had no way to stop him. Standing by the side, Yuan Chu felt it odd, wondering why his big brother didn't kneel down like he did last time, but kept his head lowered. I've learned something from the curtain rollers, or they let me know it on purpose. Guqing lifted his head, his expression a bit odd. He told her the information he had learned in detail. The information given by the curtain rollers included many details, including the fact that Jingzhou had used a golden leaf to exchange for a wheelchair. Zhao Leiyu listened in silence, saying, "It's good that he's still alive." Guqing felt relieved. Zhao Leiyu thought that it seemed that Guodong was still alive, but her wound was more severe. "You go and put it by the broken cliff by the golden whip stream," she said. Guqing was taken aback. He took a black stone handed to him by Zhao Liu and looked at Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what it meant either. Zhao Liu said, "I'm going to use it to practice my sword work." Gu Qing rode the sword and left. Zhao Liu sat down cross-legged and started recuperating with her eyes closed. The thoughtless sword hovered above her head in silence, vibrating slightly, as if it could fly out at any moment. The peak top was enshrouded by a bright red glow. Yuan Chu understood what his master intended to do, and he admired her very much. A powerful swordsman could kill someone from a distance of 10 miles, or even farther. But to achieve such a terrifying feat, one had to determine the location of the target first. If one could see the target, it wouldn't matter. This was what Zhao Liu had done when she killed Lo Huainan in Guiyun City. Most of the time, the swordsman couldn't even see where their target was. It was because Shi Wang's son had the first child sword in his hand that paved Baifa could wound Shi Wang's son severely with a swing of his sword from 1,000 miles away on the Longevity Mountain. And the emperor had left a spiritual imprint on the first child sword a long time ago. Zhao Liu asked Gu Qing to bring the black stone to the broken cliff of the Golden Whip Stream so that she could practice this killing method with the flying sword. The broken cliff of the Golden Whip Stream was 7 miles away from the peak top, which was the furthest killing distance for a swordsman in the initial state of the free travel. That was why Yuan Chu admired her so much. He wondered if Gu Qing had placed the black stone in a good position. Zhao Liu suddenly opened her eyes. Black and white were distinct. The thoughtless sword flew up into the sky. A whistling sound rang out on the peak top. A mass of white turbulence appeared in the sky, thousands of feet high, followed by a deafening explosion. The thoughtless sword disappeared without a trace. A moment later, there was some noise in the distant mountains. The breeze ruffled his clothes, and the will of the sword lingered for a long time. Yuan Chu sensed the lethal intent contained in the sword, his face turning pale. He wondered how Gu Qing would feel by the Golden Whip Stream. In addition to Aoyama, others would ask the curtain rollers about the whereabouts of Jingjiu. The curtain rollers didn't provide too many details like the wheelchair and the last place Jingjiu had appeared, but they didn't forget to mention the iron sword on Jingjiu's back. It was evident that they had purposely chosen this information. All they knew was that Jingjiu was preparing to break through the cultivation state during the last few years he had disappeared. Few people knew that he had been to Zhaoga City, and nobody knew that he had been to the West Ocean. The iron sword was still there, which meant that his cultivation state was still stagnant, and he wasn't even in the perfect state of the undefeated. This made the cultivation practitioners feel sentimental. Was it possible that another genius would stagnate and become a name that would only be mentioned once in a while because of the passage of time? Spring passed and summer arrived. Dayuan City was a famous summer resort in Chaotian, but it was still a bit hot and stuffy. In the meditation room, Guidong woke up for the 9th time. The natural worm silk on her body had all turned white. As the wind from the lake outside the round window blew over, the silk broke off inch by inch and then dispersed into nothingness. "Have you stabilized?" asked Jingjiu. Guidong uttered, Feeling the hot wind outside the window blowing on her face, she felt a bit displeased. The cultivation practitioners weren't affected by the cold and heat, but it didn't mean that they didn't like the cool world, especially someone like Guidong. Noticing her expression and the tiredness between her eyebrows, Jingjiu got up and walked to the opposite side of the wheelchair and picked her up after some thought. Guidong looked at him expressionlessly. Jingjiu didn't explain anything to her. He carried her out of the meditation room and put her on the wheelchair. The sound of the wheelchair rolling over the green rocks rang out. The sound had been heard in the following days. Jingjiu pushed the wheelchair and walked by the lakeside, following the wind in the shade of the lake. She didn't sleep for a long time now, so she could talk to him, but she didn't talk as much as he had imagined. She remained silent most of the time. When it was cloudy, Jingjiu would push her out to bathe in the sun, but soon after, he would hear her irritated voice. A few days later, the summer got even hotter. The nunnery was located in the deep valley, so the wind was weaker. The steam from the lake rose up, making it even hotter. Guodong's mood grew worse, and she complained incessantly. Jingjiu knew that she couldn't stay idle and wanted to take a walk outside. He went to the old nun and asked her if there were any scenic spots nearby. The old nun told him that they saw a lake at the intersection of two streams on their way here, with many lotus flowers growing in the lake. The scenery was good, and it was cool and refreshing. Dayuan City was a famous summer resort in Chaotian. Jingjiu thought that if there were such a good place to go, it would be crowded with people a long time ago. He was worried that it would be inconvenient to go there. The old nun told him that it was not a big deal. Few people in Dayuan City knew about the lake, especially in the early morning. It was a good idea to take the girl there to relax. The next morning, Jingjiu pushed the wheelchair out of the nunnery. The old nun saw him off with a gratified expression on her face. In fact, there was no lake at the intersection of two streams. It was merely a pond. The lotus branches grew densely in the pond, completely covering the surface of the water. As the gentle wind blew over, the pink lotus flowers looked fresh and tender in the morning sunlight. They were indeed beautiful. Thinking of the pond in the fiend prison, Jingjiu thought it was quite interesting. The wheelchair stopped by the pond where the lotus leaves were densest. The morning sunlight grew brighter. The two of them didn't say anything. All of a sudden, the sound of water breaking out in the pond. The lotus leaves swayed violently, and a person came out of the pond. The person waved his hands toward the shore, bobbing up and down in the water. The water of the pond kept pouring into his mouth. He couldn't utter a single word, and all he could do was make some muffled sounds. Jingjiu and Guodong looked at him in silence. They didn't say anything, and they didn't intend to help him either. The person's eyes were full of despair and absurdity. If he had time to think, he would think, why didn't you help me when you were so close to me? Even if you didn't want to help me, why did you watch me die in silence? It didn't take long for the person to exhaust his energy and sink to the bottom of the pond. His outstretched hands patted on the lotus leaves twice helplessly. Jingjiu and Guodong still didn't move. A while later, "It's true," Jingjiu said. Guodong felt surprised, saying, "I didn't suspect that it was false." After a moment of silence, Jingjiu said, "I thought you wanted to confirm the situation before making a decision." Guodong said while looking at him, "I'm disabled now. Only you can save me." Lying on the ground, the person's chest rose up and down slightly, and he spat out some water from time to time, looking like a dying goldfish. The person was very young, and he should be the son of a rich family, judging by his clothing. It was unclear why he appeared in this remote pond in the early morning and was almost drowned. After a while, the young man had finally recovered. He got up with difficulty and bowed to Jingjiu to thank him for saving his life. Then he turned to Guodong in the wheelchair, intending to thank her, but his body stiffened. The young woman in the wheelchair looked a bit feeble, but her expression was so calm, as if she had already seen through life and death. The young man's eyes beamed, looking like the stars. He had finally found his own light. Guodong didn't like the enthusiastic expression in his eyes, saying, "Let's go." Jingjiu pushed the wheelchair and left. The young man watched them leave in bewilderment. He came back to his senses after a while and caught up with them hastily. He thanked them many times and inquired about their background. Jingjiu didn't pay any attention to him. Guodong didn't even take a look at him. The young man thought of a possibility, feeling that his behavior was indeed impulsive. He stuttered, you two are..." Jingjiu didn't intend to answer this question. In fact, he didn't even know what kind of relationship he had with Guodong. They had fought against each other many times in the past hundreds of years, but the outcome wasn't important. They studied the path toward heaven together, but they walked on completely different paths. They were not enemies, but they swore never to meet each other again. What kind of relationship was this? Zhao Liu had made her own judgment after hearing about the past of the immortal Jingyang and Lian Sanwei. The relationship was quite complicated. That was why she was so cautious when facing Shui Nunnery. It looked like Zhao Liu's judgment was quite accurate. The wheelchair suddenly stopped. It was because Guodong's hands fell to the sides of the wheelchair. We are brother and sister." She said this calmly. Hearing this answer, the young man felt extremely delighted, as if heaven and earth were about to be intoxicated. Jing Jiu's eyelids drooped slightly, his eyelashes still. He looked like the lotus flower in the water. Chapter 362. This young master's family name was Li. His father was the governor of Dayuan City, so he was equal to the prince of Dayuan City. Because of his strict upbringing, he didn't have many scoundrels around him, but it was inevitable that he would have to socialize a lot. Last night, he was invited to a banquet by a friend. His friend knew that if they were in the city, he would definitely not dare to step into a brothel. So he chose a stream outside the city. There were a few courtyards with expensive food and girls. Young Master Li had never seen such a scene before. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. After being forced to drink a few cups of wine, he could no longer sit still and slipped out with the excuse of urinating. The courtyard was far away in the mountains. In the dark of the night, he lost his way in panic. He walked along the stream and came to the side of the pond full of lotus flowers. He no longer dared to walk around casually. He hugged his knees on the hillside and actually stayed up the whole night. When his friend and the people in the courtyard discovered him, they were naturally very anxious and went out of the mountain to search. Who would have thought that he was upstream of the stream? After sitting for half a night, young Master Li's body had long been stiff. When a morning light appeared, he greedily went to look at the lotus flowers. Unexpectedly, he lost his balance and fell directly into the water, almost drowning. Fortunately, there were two people at the water's edge. Jing Jiu naturally wouldn't inquire about these things. These were all said by young Master Li himself. Young Master Li followed them all the way back to the nunnery and kept talking about himself. If the journey had been longer, he might have told them all about his life. Jing Jiu and Guodong didn't pay attention to him, but he didn't care. He didn't stop talking until he was stopped by the old nun. He turned around and left reluctantly. The next morning, young Master Li came to the nunnery again with a few big carriages filled with gifts. He made a special trip to express his gratitude and request to see Jing Jiu. Of course, he wanted to see the weak and indifferent girl in the wheelchair, but how could he directly ask to see her? This was a matter of basic etiquette. Jing Jiu didn't see him. To be precise, the old nun didn't inform him at all. Young Master Li was not angry. He looked back at the several carts of gifts and thought that he was indeed too tacky. For the next few days, young Master Li visited the nunnery every day. After being rejected by the old nun, he would stand outside the nunnery for an hour and then leave. He seemed to be very cultured, but also very persistent. If it wasn't raining or windy, the sun would shine brightly. Outside the nunnery in midsummer, no matter what kind of situation it was, it would not be pleasant. The reason why young Master Li insisted on coming was naturally to show his sincerity and move people with his perseverance and determination. The problem was that it was impossible for the two people in the nunnery to be moved by such a matter. On the hottest day, young Master Li did not appear. The old nun was somewhat surprised, but she finally felt relieved. As the night fell, he appeared outside the nunnery again. Without disturbing the old nun, he plucked up his courage and walked into the nunnery. He was startled by the big horse on the grass. Who would raise a horse like a cat or a dog? Young Master Li hushed the horse and walked to the front of the stone bridge. There was a thin layer of fog on the other side of the bridge, so he couldn't see clearly, but he believed that the girl in the wheelchair was there. He untied the zither, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to play. The gurgling sound of the zither appeared in the night. In the beginning, he was very uneasy. He was afraid that the old nun would come to drive him away, and he was even more afraid that his brother would come and beat him. It was still early, but the girl was weak and probably went to bed earlier than ordinary people. He had disturbed her sleep with the sound of the zither, so he deserved to be beaten. Thinking of these things, the sound of the zither was a little disordered, and then it returned to normal. The old nun did not appear, and Jing Jiu did not jump out to kill him. It was quiet in the nunnery, except for the sound of the zither. Suddenly, there was the sound of hooves. The horse paced over and stood beside him to listen. Young Master Li did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he was very happy and the sound of the zither became a little more cheerful. An hour later, he finished playing. He got up and carried the zither on his back. He said goodbye to the horse and turned to leave. When he walked out of the nunnery, he could no longer suppress his emotions. He shouted happily and then quickly covered his mouth. In the following days, young Masterly did not bask in the sun outside the nunnery, nor was he exposed to the wind and rain. Instead, he sneaked into the nunnery at night and played a few songs. Nobody came to stop him, but he was still very happy that the horse would stop and listen. As long as the sound of the zither was here, she would hear it. On the other side of the stone bridge, the thin fog didn't disperse. Jingjiu and Guodong sat opposite to each other by the round window in the meditation room, listening to the zither in silence. Jingjiu didn't know how to play the zither. Guodong had won first place in zither playing at the plum meeting, but she didn't know how to play the zither either. Yet they could tell whether the zither was good or bad. The young Master Li's zither playing was very good and clean. As such, they didn't drive him away. The song he had just played was The Flowing Water. Now he was playing the leading song of the good night. Jingjiu knew that this was the end of the night. The days passed silently like the flowing water. With the accompaniment of the zither, it seemed that the summer was not so unbearable anymore, and it was gradually dispersing. It could be called a good night. One night, the zither didn't play again. Jingjiu and Guodong eyed each other, saying nothing. The zither didn't play again in the following days. The young Master Li didn't come to the nunnery either. Many things were precious only when they were lost or on the verge of being lost. Jingjiu didn't think the zither music was precious, but he would still think of it once in a while. Jingjiu and Guodong kept recuperating in the nunnery until the leaves outside the round window turned red. After watching the autumn scenery for a few more days, it was time to leave. The old nun was not a cultivation practitioner, and her life was near its end. It looked like a normal parting, but it was actually hard to see her again. Guodong said a few words to her, and then pushed the wheelchair out of the nunnery. The old nun pulled back her gaze and looked at Jingjiu, saying, "Miss Dong looks cold, but she has a warm heart. Please take good care of her." "I will," said Jingjiu. The old nun asked again, "What should we do with the gift left by the young Master Li?" "You can use it yourself." Jingjiu continued, "I'll take the horse with me. You don't need to take care of it." The old nun thought of something and took out a case, saying, "This gift is too precious, so we can't keep it." There was a pill in the case, exuding a faint fragrance. It was the magic pill of the cultivation practitioners. This magic pill was much more precious than regular people's. Even though the young Master Li had a high status, it was still difficult for him to get such a magic pill. He must have asked for this magic pill for Guodong. Jingjiu didn't care about a magic pill of this level, and he knew that it was useless for Guodong, but he still took it after some thought. Unexpectedly, he found the mark of the Precious Tree House on the case. It was unclear if the Governor Li knew the owner of the Precious Tree House, or if he had a relationship with the Gu clan. Jingjiu and Guodong's next destination was Yu County, and they had to pass through Dayuan City. Dayuan City was very prosperous and lively. They could hear many noises even in the carriage. The sound of zither suddenly burst out in front of them, followed by mocking laughter. Jingjiu pulled up the curtain of the carriage and found a zither player in green clothing at the corner of the street, looking at the zither in front of him with his head lowered. It was unclear why the zither player was mocked, but he didn't defend himself. Yet, his fingers on the zither strings were trembling slightly. It was unclear if he felt embarrassed or sad. It seemed that he was a frustrated person. His clothes were simple and clean, and his fingernails were trimmed neatly. Even the zither was in good condition. "Didn't you want to avenge your father? Why don't you play the snow in June? This zither should be worth some money. Why don't you sell it?" He was deceived by selling a painting. How can he be smarter by selling the zither? "Young Master Li, people like you should just stay at home. Don't think too much." A kind neighbor came out and persuaded the crowd to disperse. The zither player lifted his head, letting out a mocking smile on his face. He was the young Master Li, whom Jingjiu hadn't seen for a long time. It was unclear what he had experienced, but he looked haggard, with white stars vaguely visible on his temples. Jing Jiu looked at Guodong and found she was looking at the outside of the window. The Yuan city was a large city, so there were many medical houses, including the one that Jing Jiu wanted to find. This time he didn't go to see what kind of flower was on the plaque of the medical house. He walked in and took off the conical hat. The doctor led him into the quiet room hastily. Before he could digest the shock, he was stunned speechless by Jing Jiu's question. What had happened in the Governor Manor recently? Why did he care about such a trivial matter? Though the doctor thought so, he told Jing Jiu the story honestly. 3 years ago, the Governor Li had submitted a memorial to the throne, requesting the second prince, Jing Yao, to be appointed as the crown prince. The emperor didn't pay attention to it at the time, which could be regarded as the emperor's protection. Yet, those chancellors in the imperial court who supported Jing Xin hadn't forgotten about it. After the incident of the fiend prison, the situation in the imperial court grew more complicated and the struggles behind the scenes grew more intense. The two sides had a falling out, and the Governor Li became the target of their attacks. No official could withstand the investigation. The Governor Li was easily found to be involved in a bribery case a few years ago, and he was immediately dismissed from his official position. When a tree falls, everyone gives it a shove. The Li family that had moved out of the prefect manor was naturally living a miserable life. Prefect Li was bedridden, and after suffering for dozens of days, he passed away. The young Master Li felt angry and resentful in addition to his grief. He thought that his father was an honest official, so he must have offended the chancellors of the imperial court and been framed. As such, he began to seek justice for his father in an attempt to reverse the verdict. To redress the injustice, he couldn't rely on the reasoning alone. The most important thing was money. The young Master Li had finally made some connections after selling his family property and got acquainted with a trusted aide of Duke Lu in Yu County. It was the critical moment to give money to his father. The young Master Li took out the most valuable and last item in his family without hesitation and asked a friend he had known for many years to sell it. It was an ancient painting passed down from the ancestors of the Li family. When the young Master Li sold his family property, it was this friend who helped him, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that his friend would actually run away with that ancient painting? The young Master Li had no other choice but to play the zither in the street in an attempt to raise some money. After listening to this, Jing Jiu was silent. The doctor looked at him and said, "The bribery case is true. At least there is no injustice in this case." Jing Jiu certainly understood that the Governor Li was just speculating when he submitted a memorial to the governor requesting Jing Yao to be reinstated, let alone the bribery case. How old was Jing Yao at that time? Duke Lu must have seen it clearly. Otherwise, he would have protected this person. Why would the young Master Li try to get acquainted with Duke Lu's trusted aide? Jing Jiu was ready to leave. The doctor remembered something important and said hurriedly, "The matter of the Zhongzhou school has been settled. I'll report it to you." Jing Jiu thought that he didn't need to ask anymore. The young Master Li returned home, took off his zither, and walked into the backyard. His current home was far inferior to the governor's manor, and the only servant left was an old man, but the yard had been cleaned by him. Seeing the figure in the kitchen, he rubbed his face and walked over with a forced smile, saying, "Mom, you can't even steam the salted fish with your cooking skill. Let me do it." As he was talking, a thud suddenly broke out in the yard. He was startled and turned around and found it was a box. The box was full of golden leaves. The young Master Li was startled again. A moment later, he came back to his senses and hurriedly pushed open the side door of the backyard and ran to the street. There was no one on either side of the street, save for a horse-drawn carriage that was leaving. The young Master Li recognized the horse, revealing a delighted smile. He ran a few steps in that direction and was about to wave his hand to shout. He halted his steps, and his right hand dropped down slowly. He didn't say anything. Seeing the horse-drawn carriage moving away, he felt a myriad of emotions, his face full of tears. Guodong didn't ask why, and Jing Jiu didn't talk about it again. There were more important matters, such as the date of the meeting of the Zhongzhou school, which was set to be held in 3 years. Undoubtedly, this was the most significant event in the cultivation world after the ascension of the immortal Jingyang. The Zhongzhou school had sent an invitation to the Aoyama sect a long time ago. Bai Zhao had reminded Jing Jiu many times that the invitation must have significant benefits. This was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Any significant event must have a fairy prize of a higher level, like the prize in the mortal world. Yet, the prize offered by the Zhongzhou school was too precious. It was a fairy book of longevity. Of course, there were rules to be followed. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for the participants in the heavenly arrival state to fight for the fairy book. Jing Jiu would go to the meeting. There were a few ways to cure Guodong's wound, and the most direct and perfect method was to infuse the fairy energy into the body. The fairy energy referred to here was not a description of one's temperament or the fluttering fairy energy, but the true energy of the fairy immortals. The disgraced fairies didn't have the fairy energy, so he couldn't do it. Before Jingyang, the last person in Chaotian who had ascended and become a fairy immortal was Bai Ren. Bai Ren was the sect master of the Zhongzhou school at the time, and she was Bai Zhenren's grandmother now, as well as Bai Zhao's great-grandmother. The cultivation practitioners of his generation were used to calling her the Great Grandmaster Bai. If the history of Chaotian in the last 500 years was written by him and his big brother, then the Great Grandmaster Bai played a similar role 1,000 years ago. Her influence had lasted until now, because she had left behind a few fairy books after her ascension. The Zhongzhou school had used one of the fairy books to severely wound the king of the underworld, and he was imprisoned in the fiend prison for hundreds of years. The fairy book of longevity presented by the Zhongzhou school this time was not a precious treasure of that level, but an auxiliary book. The auxiliary book was also a fairy book. If the fairy energy in it was obtained by a regular person, it would be enough to change his body and bones and set foot on the path of cultivation. If a cultivation practitioner obtained it, his lifespan would be extended by dozens of years. As for how long it could extend one's lifespan, nobody knew, because nobody had ever used it before. The Cloud Dream Mountain has prepared so many treasures this time. What do they intend to do? Guodong asked with furrowed brows. Jing Jiu didn't want to see her worried expression, saying, "Don't think too much about it. It's for you to use anyway." Chapter 363. 3 years had passed, and everything in the world remained the same. Aoyama was still the same as before, enshrouded in fog, and the sword lights could be seen once in a while. Jing Jiu, who had been away for 6 years, was mentioned less and less often, just like when he was in the snowland. On the other hand, the turmoil of the West Ocean 3 years ago was often discussed. The disciples of Aoyama were curious about the identity of that elder and whether he had rescued Guodong or not. Shenma Peak hadn't changed much, except that a horse had appeared. The horse didn't need to do any work, eating grass and walking leisurely in the mountains all day long. The only annoying thing about it was that it was often harassed by the monkeys in the peaks. The situation didn't improve until the two sides became familiar with each other. One early morning, the horse came to the Golden Whip stream to drink water. A naughty monkey rode on its back, waving a tree branch and making a cry that only Gu Qing could understand. Yuan Chu crawled out from the forest with a few broken pieces of black golden stones in his hand. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a delighted expression. As the sword light fell down, Gu Qing showed up. Seeing the broken pieces of black stone in his young brother's hand, he recalled the scene 3 years ago, feeling a lingering fear. "Senior Master Zhao is practicing the sword work again?" he asked. "Yes," Yuan Chu said happily. "My master's cultivation state is even higher now." Gu Qing thought it was indeed something worth celebrating, but he didn't need to be so happy. Pointing to the horse by the stream, Yuan Chu asked, "Big brother, can't you tell what this is?" Gu Qing understood what he meant after a moment of bewilderment. He said with a faint smile, "Being bestowed the title of Marquis is a pleasure for mortals. It has nothing to do with you and me." Yuan Chu said helplessly, "It's a good omen. I think it's a good omen." Gu Qing knew what he meant. Zhao Leiyu was going to attend the meeting of Zhongzhou school, so she wanted to go and have a look. It was not a big deal if she just wanted to have a look. though it was unclear whether she wanted to see by Zao or someone else. Everybody knew that her target was the Fairy Book of Longevity. The Zhongzhou school invited all the sects in the world to attend the meeting for the 30,000th anniversary. The Fairy Book of Longevity was given as a reward. However, not all the cultivation practitioners had the opportunity to participate in the Dao competition. The rules of the Center sect were very clear. The participants of the Dao competition couldn't have cultivated for more than 60 years, and their cultivation state couldn't be lower than the state of the Golden Pill. The cultivation state of the Zhongzhou school could be regarded as the initial state of the free travel of the sect. The final state of the cultivation state of the Jade of the sect could be regarded as the initial state of the plum meeting of Aoyama in Higugu Zhan as he, as sect master of the chess tournament as he, as the other than him, the winner in the tournament. He stopped playing Go, and Tong Yin and Jing Jiu didn't show up. As such, Cain Yang of the Mirror sect was undoubtedly the #1 chess player in the world. He stopped playing chess, and Tong Yin and Jing Jiu didn't show up. So Cain Yang of the Mirror sect was undoubtedly the #1 chess player in the world. According to the rules of Zhongzhou school, each sect could select a qualified young cultivation practitioner to participate in the Dao competition. Of course, Zhongzhou school didn't have such a restriction. Many small sects couldn't even select one disciple under such strict conditions. Even a major sects like Kunlun and Ozawa could only select 1 or 2 disciples. Yet, the Aoyama sect had many qualified disciples. It was evident that the Aoyama sect was indeed the leader of the orthodox cultivation circle, and its resources were much more profound than other sections. There were many disciples qualified to participate in the Dao competition, but there was only one quota. The competition was fierce. In the beginning, many gazes were fixed on Liangwang Peak. Guanan Shan, Yu Siliuo, Gu Han, and other disciples had all entered the free travel state. Later, the sword letter of Shenma Peak was sent to all the peaks, saying that Zhao Leu was going to participate in the Dao competition. All the gazes were fixed on her. As the master of Shenma Peak, Zhao Leu wanted to compete with the disciples of the younger generation, which caused some criticism. The elders of the peaks thought that everyone wanted the fairy book. Since she could go, why couldn't they? But when they looked at their own sects, they didn't find anyone qualified. It wasn't until now that many people remembered that Zhao Leu was much younger than Guanan Shan and the others. Zhao Leu walked out from the manor cave. She took the broken black stones handed to her by Yuan Chu and looked at them carefully for a long time. She furrowed her brows, seeming to be a bit dissatisfied. Gu Qing stepped forward and bowed to her, taking out 2 paintings. Zhao Leu threw the broken black stones to the bottom of the cliff and took the paintings, looking at them for a while. This is the ancient painting that was stolen from the Leaf family. Gu Qing introduced. This painting is recorded in many books. It's very famous and has been hidden by the Leaf family. His friend wanted this painting from the beginning, so he didn't tamper with it when he sold the family property. The painting was about a starry night and an old mountain. There was a thin fog on the edge of the cliff and a girl holding an umbrella in the fog. The girl's eyebrows and eyes were straight. She seemed to be gentle, but her eyes were extremely indifferent. The combination of these 2 emotions left a deep impression on people. The painter's technique was very complicated. The colors of the night and the old mountain were very bold, but the lines of the stars and the girl were very delicate. The viewers could easily have the feeling that the painter's mood was as complicated as his technique. That person was very cautious. He didn't take any action and just waited in the south. It took us a lot of effort to find him. Gu Qing continued. Zhao Leu looked at the painting in silence and didn't say anything. This painting was of course very good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so famous. She was born in a noble family, so she could naturally see the good in it. But she felt something was wrong. It seemed that she had seen the girl in the painting somewhere before. The problem was that though this painting was well preserved, its edges were yellowed and brittle, indicating that it was a very old painting. The girl in the painting must have lived hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Where could she have seen her before? After some thought, she said, "Send it back." This was the task assigned by Jing Jiao, so Gu Qing would carry out properly. She continued to look at the second painting, which was a sketch. It should have been finished not long ago. After a few years, the curtain rollers had finally completed the painting of the new church master of the mysterious dark sect, or rather, the painting of the new church master of the mysterious dark church. This church master called himself the Ming King, about 30 years old. He suddenly appeared on the cold mountain about 10 years ago. His demonic magic was amazing, and his progress was very fast. Most importantly, it was said that he had been recognized by the Sun Banner as its master. He could fully exert the power of the Sun Banner, and his fighting prowess was almost equal to that of a fighter in the heavenly arrival state. Listening to what Gu Qing said, Yuan Chu felt a strong sense of defeat, feeling bewildered. Both he and Gu Qing had a good talent in cultivation, and they had a good teacher, so their cultivation states had improved very fast. Gu Qing was on the verge of breaking through the free travel state, and Jingjiu was not far behind. However, compared to the church master of the mysterious dark church, that person had been cultivating for about the same time as Jingjiu, but he was already so powerful. It was unfair. The power of the deviant sex mostly comes from external objects. If I don't suppress the thoughtless sword, I can still fight against the broken sea state. But what's the point? Zhao Liu said, considering this person's age and cultivation state, he will have to pay a great price to completely subdue the Sun Banner, and it will be hard for him to step onto the true path. It's not something you and I can take. Yuan Chu thought about it, and suddenly thought of a possibility, saying, "This person is called the Ming King. Is he related to Sir Ming in the royal palace?" Gu Qing said while shaking his head, "The Ming clan investigated the matter a few days ago, and they didn't find such a person in their clan." Looking at the face of the young demonic man in the portrait, Zhao Liu thought she had seen him somewhere before. She finally remembered it this time. Back when she was in Zhaoga City, she asked her family to go to the warehouse of the Pure Heaven Bureau to draw a portrait of him. "Oh, it's you." Looking at the murderous eyes of the young demonic man, she thought he was not the Ming King, but the other way around. Thinking of what had happened back then, she lifted her head and shot a glance at Gu Qing, feeling displeased. Gu Qing's heart skipped a beat, wondering what his master had done wrong this time. He had always been cautious and prudent, and seldom made mistakes. He had realized a long time ago that Senior Master Zhao was actually looking at his master when she looked at him this way. Zhao Liu didn't explain it to him, thinking that she had told him to eliminate the source of trouble, but he didn't listen to her all of a sudden. A crisp sword sound came out from Tianguang Peak, spreading over the 9 peaks. The disciples who wanted to participate in the Dao competition of Zhongzhou School should go to Tianguang Peak to take part in the sword trial. Zhao Liu stepped on the thoughtless sword and flew up into the sky. Gu Qing and Yuan Chu followed closely behind her. It was quiet on the peak top again. A moment later, the white cat strolled out from the manor cave, the bell on his neck giving off a crisp sound. Cold Cicada, crouching on a cat's head, rolled its eyes and stared at the bell curiously. The white cat walked to the cliff's edge and looked at Bihu Peak in the distance, the expression in his eyes grave. The sword trial was about to begin. The great formation of Aoyama changed its energy, and the thunderstorm on the top of Bihu Peak disappeared. The piece of Thunder Soul wood left on Bihu Peak was almost ripe, so the cat thought he should go back and keep an eye on it. However, those pieces of Thunder Soul wood were still on Shangda Peak. What should he do? "Jingjiu, why haven't you come back yet?" This time the sword trial of Aoyama was still held in the sword forest at the foot of Tianguang Peak, but because of the cultivation state requirement, fewer disciples took part in it. For some reason, the clouds and fog were especially thick that day. The elders of Shuriwa Peak had tried a few times, but they couldn't clear them all. Feeling impatient, Nan Wang said it didn't matter, urging Qi Yin to hurry up. The Red Leaf Banquet was held on Qingrong Peak that day, so she was in a hurry to go back and drink wine. Glancing at the clouds and fog, Qi Yin sensed that something would happen that day. He raised his hand to signal the start of the sword trial with furrowed brows. The flying swords broke through the clouds and fog, leaving countless beautiful lines in the air. The stone pillars were cut into innumerable cracks, the stone chips falling down in a rustling sound. The participants of a sword trial were all disciples of Liangwang Peak. The sword trial was still exciting, but it was not dangerous. In comparison to the sword trial that Jing Jiao had participated in, it was more peaceful this time. A sword light, as blue as the ocean, was hidden in the fog. As the fog dispersed, Guananshan and Yu Siliuo walked out from the fog, smiling at each other. Guananshan was the principal disciple of the immortal sect master and also the primary disciple of Liangwang Peak. His cultivation state was very high, so he deserved the final victory. Then, all the gazes were fixed on the back of the cliff. That was the location of Shima Peak. Zhao Leu arrived on her sword. The thick fog enshrouded the stone forest, blocking the view. Zhao Leu and Guananshan stood on two stone pillars about 3 miles apart. This was the upper limit of the initial state of free travel. No one would think that Zhao Leu was bullying the weak because she was inferior to Guananshan in terms of both age and cultivation time. It was only because she continued the inheritance of Shenma Peak and became the personal disciple of the immortal Jingyang that she became a master. Yet, Guananshan didn't dare underestimate this senior master, and he didn't want to lose. This time, all the geniuses in the world would attend the Dao competition of Zhongzhou School. The fairy book could increase one's lifespan, which was a very important reason. But the more important reason was that the fairy book could touch the energy left by the immortals and perceive higher principles, which was very important for cultivation. The thick fog blocked the view, so one could only use the piercing discernment to determine the opponent's position. In many people's eyes, this was advantageous to Guananshan. No matter how talented Zhao Leu was, she didn't cultivate as long as Guananshan, so the coverage of her piercing discernment was limited. The mountain wind blew the fog. She closed her eyes, and her hair was even messier. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at a place deep in the fog. A red sword light suddenly appeared, illuminating the thick fog into the morning glow. The thoughtless sword broke through the air and flew away. Nan Wang suddenly raised her head and looked at the fog. For her, a fight in the state of free travel was not worth paying attention to. But when Zhao Leu wielded her sword, she found something wrong. The color of the thoughtless sword was not right. The fog was broken. The thoughtless sword stopped in front of Guananshan in silence. The expression in Guananshan's eyes was complicated. Before he could find the position of Zhao Leu, her sword had arrived. The thoughtless sword could stop in front of him, which meant it could do more things. It was more difficult to take it back than to let it go. Guananshan didn't understand how she could pass through layers of thick fog and determine his position. If she were from other sects, such as Zhongzhou School or Ozawa, she could use magic treasures to protect her body, block the flying sword, and fight for a chance to turn the situation around. Aoyama didn't care about these things. What he cared about was that there was no return. Of course, Zhao Leu won this sword fight. The surroundings were quiet for a long time, and then people exclaimed. Big Brother Guananshan was defeated. This was really unimaginable. The key point was that Zhao Leu, who did it, was still very young and hadn't cultivated for a long time. What made people sigh with emotion was that the one who defeated Guananshan was Zhao Leu. So people felt it was reasonable. In Aoyama's sect, the name Zhao Leu meant genius. The youngest peak head, the youngest cultivator in the state of free travel. Countless unimaginable cultivation records were created by her. After Marshal Granduncle Jingyang, there was no one else who could be mentioned in the same breath as her. When Jing Jiao came back from the snowland, he was more famous. But as his state stagnated and he disappeared for several years, that situation had disappeared. Seeing Zhao Leu walking out of the fog, many people were in awe and admiration. She was the real genius of Aoyama's sect. Many people thought of the genius disciple who was doing closed-door training behind them. Only he could surpass Zhao Leu. This was the opinion of many people. The clouds and fog suddenly dispersed, and the sun shone down, illuminating Tianguang Peak. A rainbow suddenly appeared on the peak. There was a person under the rainbow. What was going on? Nan Wang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that today was going to be interesting. Qi Yin frowned slightly, realizing that something was going to happen today. Bai Rujing, Mo Qi, and other elders at Tingguang Peak suddenly stood up, looking a bit excited. The news spread faster than the clouds and fog. People of Aoyama were shocked speechless, looking at the peak top. Bai Rujing looked at the peak top and said with emotion, "It was the same when he went in. Nothing changed. His Taoist heart is really unparalleled." The person on the peak top was Zhuo Rizhui. He was the last disciple of the immortal sect master of Aoyama, known as the most talented person in 100 years. He entered the stream of sword washing from the North Crane Pavilion and became the disciple of the immortal sect master. Then he started his closed-door training. He had been in closed-door training for more than 20 years. Today, he finally came out. Chapter 364. There was a green valley by the East Ocean, and there was a bottomless cave in the valley, filled with fog and gusts of sinister wind. It was the Heavenly Well, which was as famous as the secret realm of Singing Spring. In order to prevent the swordsmen of the underworld or the army from climbing out of the Heavenly Well and wreaking havoc in the human world, this place was surrounded by powerful forbidding formations. The divine nun of the East Ocean had even built the Shui Nunnery Temple not far from this place. As such, this place had never been a scenic spot, even though it had an excellent scenery. Standing by the cliff's edge, Jingjiu looked at the inside of the Heavenly Well with his hands folded behind his back, looking like a tourist. The sinister wind rolled up the fog, forming countless turbulence and whirlpools in the Heavenly Well, which were even more formidable than the chaotic wind in the high sky. It was all dark as far as his sight could reach, so he couldn't see clearly what was down there. Jingjiu didn't remember that he had been to the underworld, but he had been there. As the book had said, there were 13 levels in the Heavenly Well. Jingjiu suddenly sensed something, turning his head to look at the distance. Aoyama was in that direction. He looked in that direction in silence. It was unclear what was on his mind. A gust of sinister wind came out from the Heavenly Well. He reached out his right hand, as if an invisible object had landed in his palm. He sensed it with his spiritual awareness for a moment, a sentimental emotion showing in his eyes. Different from what the king of the underworld had imagined, the underworld didn't elect a new emperor right away after learning of his death. Instead, it was in a state of chaos. The underworld master had to suppress the rebel army and negotiate with other forces, so he was in a terrible situation. However, perhaps all of this was part of the plan of the king of the underworld. A long period of stability would usually be based on a great chaos. When the chaos in the underworld was over and a new emperor was elected, Jingjiu would find some time to go down there and bring back the seal of the king of the underworld. If it were his big brother, he would choose the new king of the underworld himself, but Jingjiu wouldn't do so. This was a matter for the underworld, so it should be decided by the underworld themselves. Jingjiu turned to leave. The Heavenly Well was surrounded by the forbidding formations, and the cliff was covered with amulet papers and scripts left by the highly achieved monks of the Guoqing Temple. The chilly wind and his pause naturally alarmed some people. Not long after, several beautiful young girls flew to the edge of the cliff and looked around vigilantly, but they didn't find anything strange. Please ask the masters in the nunnery to send a message to all the sections. I'm afraid that some extremely powerful monsters of the underworld have sneaked up from the Heavenly Well. The girl in the lead said worriedly, maybe he is interested in the fairy book of longevity of Zhongzhou School. I only hope that nothing serious will happen. They didn't know that the person they were worried about was already in the Shui Nunnery. Shui Nunnery was on the other side of the Green Valley. Just like how the Guoqiang Temple was divided into the front temple and the back courtyard, it was also divided into the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard was responsible for the secular affairs, while the inner courtyard was the real place. Jingjiu landed in the depths of the nunnery without alerting anyone, because there was already a small green curtained sedan waiting for him. In the green curtain sedan is the Grand Supreme Elder of Shui Nunnery. Jingju knew what he meant, but he didn't stop talking to him, nodding his head. Besides the nunnery master and this Grand Supreme Elder, nobody knew that Jingjiu had come to Shui Nunnery. The chaos of the West Ocean 3 years ago had already spread out. Everybody thought that Guodong was dead. If somebody knew that he had brought Guodong back to Shui Nunnery, they would think that the Grand Supreme Elder of Aoyama, who took her away from the West Ocean, was Jingjiu. It was not a big deal in itself. The Aoyama sect wouldn't be afraid of the Western Sea Sword School's inquiry. The key point was that Jingjiu used the underworld fairy sword to dodge the sword wielded by the godly swordsmen of West Ocean. Those scenes and details would remind the observant people of the figure who fled from the fiend prison to the sky in Zhaoga novel, and even the old dragon couldn't catch up to him. The Zhongzhou school had already determined that the figure had something to do with the death of the old dragon. If they knew it was him, it would be troublesome. At the very least, it would be impossible for him to take away the fairy book. He would go to the Zhongzhou school to participate in the Dao competition, and he might be exposed in the end. But he would have already obtained the fairy book by then, so it was not a big deal. There was a large round window on the wall of the meditation room, the lower edge of which reached the ground. It was obviously a newly built window. There was a lake outside the round window, and many precious flowering trees grew by the lakeside. It was late autumn, but it was still like spring here all year round, and the flowering trees were in full bloom. The lake was newly dug, and the trees were also moved here. The trees outside the window were too dense, so the scene outside the window was not as beautiful as that in the 3000 Nunnery Hall. If this was also a circular fan, the painter's skill was obviously much worse. Jingjiu took a look at it, thinking that this kind of thing was not suitable for her. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. He pushed the wheelchair out of the meditation room and came to the lakeside. As he came to the lakeside, he could see that the flowering trees were not as dense as before, but more spacious. Guodong uttered satisfactorily and said, "I'll have these trees cut down tomorrow." Jingjiu thought that if all the trees were cut down, the bare lake would be nothing to look at. A gust of wind suddenly rose, and the flower rain fell down from the begonia trees, sprinkling on the two of them. He and Guodong hadn't encountered any trouble during the 3 years in the human world. When encountering trouble, it was often not the trouble waiting for you. It was you who went looking for trouble. Guodong had been passionate before, and she was still passionate now. But as a great many years had passed, she was tired of doing the chivalrous deeds, and she didn't look for trouble everywhere like before. It was because Zhao Liu still had a sense of novelty back then that her thoughtless sword was stained with so much blood. No matter what it was, Jingjiu didn't care. All he did was accompany her quietly. Thinking of Zhao Liu, the subtle feeling came back again. Jingjiu arched his eyebrows slightly. There weren't too many aquatic plants in the new lake, and the fish were swimming feebly. Looking at the surface of the lake, Guodong asked, "What's the matter?" "I have to go," said Jingjiu. After some thought, Guodong said, "Take care." Jingjiu could leave through the heavenly well, but he came back to Shui Nunnery specifically to bid farewell to her. Based on Guodong's temperament, she should have said that she wouldn't see him off. The reason she said, "Take care," was that she knew he would come back with the fairy book of longevity. Jingjiu pushed her back to the meditation room and left. Sitting in the wheelchair, Guodong looked at the outside of the window without turning her head around. The flowering trees outside the window were too dense. She arched her eyebrows, feeling displeased. Someone cut them down. The flowering trees were all cut down and then carried away. It was an open space in front of her. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Guodong remained silent. The white clouds came out from the lake, leaving a shadow in the green valley. Jingjiu walked out of the nunnery and halted his steps, lifting his head to look at the sky and the clouds. There was a nameless mountain somewhere, and there was a ruined temple on the mountain. It was the late autumn, and everything was desolate. The mountain path was covered by wild grass, so no travelers passed by. But there were many people in the ruined temple that night. Compared to the human world, the cultivation circle had many rules. Once the bonfire was lit in the ruined temple on the deserted mountain, the cultivation practitioners would swarm over like moths. Of course, safety was the prerequisite. This place was not far from the Cloud Dream Mountain, and it was near the edge of the Great Formation. As such, no devil men of the deviant sects dared to make trouble here. A bonfire would bring warmth to people psychologically. Moreover, they could exchange information here and help each other out. It was like a restaurant or a brothel in the human world. A lot of people sat by the bonfire in the ruined temple. Most of them wore conical hats, as they didn't want others to know their identities. The three bald heads in the crowd were even more eye-catching. The three monks in simple clothing came from the Guocheng Temple. The crowd gave up the best spot for them. "It's a rare night," someone said with a smile. The number of cultivation practitioners was small to begin with, and it was hard to meet a fellow cultivation practitioner. Usually, no one would come to visit the temple even after the bonfire was lit for a whole night. It was rare to see so many people gathered here tonight. It was because of the Dao competition that was about to be held in the Zhongzhou school. Many cultivation practitioners would come here to watch the fun, regardless of whether they were invited or not. The people were talking about this important event, and they paid most attention to the Dao competition that would decide the ownership of the fairy book. They didn't even think about the fairy book of longevity, but they were happy to talk about it, as if they could get a little bit of the fairy aura. The names of many talented cultivation practitioners were mentioned, and they kept coming back and forth in the bonfire. Shi-Un is really powerful. Someone said he is the personal disciple of Bu Qiuxiao, the sect master of Yamatai. He has studied hard for 20 years, and it's said that the treasure of the temple recognized him as its master, just like that King Ming. I heard that the one from the Platonist sect is also quite good. Of course, it won't be the young sect master Da. She only cares about playing every day, and her cultivation state improves too slowly. Who will the sword sect of Aoyama send this time? Will be Guinan Shan or you, Siluo? You're really ill-informed. Haven't you heard that Zhao Leu will attend the competition? You're so slow to get the news. You don't even know that Zhuo Ruzhui has defeated Zhao Leu. Who are you talking about? Zhuo Ruzhui? That little freak who has been in closed-door training since he joined the sect? A burst of exclamations broke out in the ruined temple, and the bonfire swayed restlessly. The people were talking about this event excitedly. There was a man wearing a conical hat, hiding in the shadow of a corner, not attracting much attention. No matter what these cultivation practitioners said, that man didn't respond. It was not until he heard that Zhao Leu had been defeated by Zhuo Ruzhui that his conical hat moved a little. At that time, Zhuo Ruzhui said that the branch of Qingguang Peak would experience the unique skills of senior granduncle Jingyang. Look at his arrogance. He didn't take Zhao Leu seriously at all. The well-informed individual cultivation practitioner said, after he won, he became even more arrogant. He pointed at Zhao Leu's nose and said, "You think you can inherit senior granduncle's legacy?" Someone sneered and said, "Keep making up stories. You're obviously ignorant. Zhao Leu is the master of Shenma Peak, and she's Zhuo Ruzhui's senior granduncle. No matter how arrogant he is, isn't he afraid of being killed by the sword justice for saying such things and doing such things?" The individual cultivation practitioner blushed and said, "I heard it from someone else. Even if the details are different, and even if he didn't point at Zhao Leu's nose, the meaning is almost the same." Someone said, "It doesn't matter whether it's Zhuo Ruzhui or Zhao Leu. It's obvious that the winner of the Dao competition has been decided internally." "What do you mean, my friend?" Someone asked. "You and I both know that the rule this time is that each sect can only send one person, but why didn't the Zhongzhou school abide by the rule? Neither Tongyin nor Bai Zhao is weaker than Zhuo Ruzhui and Zhao Leu. I heard that there's also a mysterious figure this time. If several of them fight against one, who do you think will win?" That person shook his head and said, "If it's really decided internally, why didn't the Zhongzhou school keep the fairy book for its own use? Don't guess with the heart of a villain. The Zhongzhou school has its own reasons for becoming the leader of the orthodox sections. The sword sect of Aoyama is always a bit lacking, and they're never willing to deal with small sects like us. They're too arrogant. Thinking of the Aoyama sect's usual behavior, the crowd couldn't help but nod one after another. Someone said, "The Aoyama sect has the right to be arrogant. It's because their strength is so strong." Now the Aoyama sect has 2 heavenly arrival state cultivators and many swordsmen in the Broken Sea state. I'm afraid their strength is above that of the Zhongzhou school. But why can't they overpower them? It's because the Zhongzhou school has the fairy master Bai. Doesn't the Aoyama sect also have the immortal Jingyang? The fairy master Bai left the fairy book to protect the human world, but the immortal Jingyang didn't leave anything. That person looked around and said in a low voice, "I heard that he didn't leave anything, and he took away many treasures of the Aoyama sect. I heard that many people in the 9 peaks of Aoyama have a strong opinion about this, but the immortal Jingyang didn't even care about what happened to the Aoyama sect in those days, so he wouldn't think about leaving anything for Aoyama after his ascension." The 3 monks had been silent all this time. One monk lowered his head, so his face couldn't be seen. An old monk was resting with his eyes closed. When a younger monk heard these words, his face became redder and redder, until he couldn't hold it in anymore and finally nudged the old monk. The old monk opened his eyes, smiled at him, and said, "If you want to say it, then say it." The young monk felt as if he was pardoned. He took a deep breath, looked at the cultivators, and shouted like thunder, "You bunch of idiots!" Everyone was shocked, thinking, what's wrong with this great master of the Guoqing temple? The young monk stood up, looked at that person, and said, "You said that the immortal Jingyang took away the treasures of the Aoyama sect, but have you ever thought that those treasures originally belonged to the immortal himself? You even said that the immortal doesn't care about what happens to the Aoyama sect, but have you ever thought that if anyone wants to deal with the Aoyama sect, would they dare to not think about him?" Hearing these words, the people first felt that it was ridiculous, but then they came to a realization. They could still refute the first half of the young monk's words, but the second half, the 200 years before the immortal Jingyang sect ascended, could be said to be the most developed period in the history of Aoyama sect, and they never encountered any real danger. Why? It was because the immortal Jingyang sect was the person with the highest cultivation state in Chaotian. Though he stayed on the Shinma Peak all year round and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the mortal world, he was still the person with the highest cultivation state. As long as he was there, nobody dared covet Aoyama's sect. This was a simple principle, but the cultivation practitioners in the world and many people in Aoyama had never figured it out. Or it was because they didn't want to think about it. This fact was sentimental. It grew quiet in the ruined temple. Nobody noticed that the person with the conical hat had already left in a shadowy corner. The person came to the wilderness and leaped onto the treetop. He moved his fingers slightly, and countless tree branches dropped down noiselessly, forming a platform. He took out the bamboo chair and put it on the platform, took off the conical hat, and lay on it. The wind was very strong that night, whistling loudly and blowing away the clouds. The stars were very bright. The starlight shone on his face, which was still perfect and devoid of any emotion. What the people in the ruined temple said had no effect on his mood. The mountain wind grew stronger, and the tree branches swayed slightly. The platform wasn't in danger of being overturned, but the bamboo chair made a squeaking sound. Jing Jiu thought he needed to repair it again. He wondered if Lu Shui had planted bamboo in the Guoqiang temple. Otherwise, he could send it to Jingjiu for him to repair. The night wind whistled, and the big trees swayed slightly. The stars and the wilderness in his eyes seemed to be moving, looking a bit dreamy. If he wanted to depict this scene in a painting, he would need a good painter. This scene reminded him of the monk in the ruined temple with his head lowered. Hejan was indeed here tonight. Then, he looked at the distant Aoyama sect. The fairy book of longevity was very attractive. He had predicted that Zhuo Ruzhui would come out from behind closed doors, but he didn't expect that Zhao Leu would lose to him. Back when they were on the Shima Peak, he had told her a few times that she couldn't lose. Chapter 365. The mountains where many cultivation sects were located were shrouded in fog all year round. The great formation of the mountain gate was hidden in the fog. Aoyama was the same. So was Cloud Dream Mountain. The peaks here were not as precipitous and magnificent as those in Aoyama, but they were very beautiful. The slopes of the cliffs were gentle, forming valleys. Like the 9 peaks of Aoyama, Zhongzhou School was divided into 12 valleys. The white clouds were flowing in those valleys quietly, looking beautiful and marvelous. It was like a dream or a fairy realm in the imagination of the cultivation practitioners. The founding of the Center sect 30,000 years ago was a significant event in the cultivation world. Apart from the Aoyama sect and the Shuai Nunnery, no other sect in Chaotian had such a long history. Such a significant event had to be celebrated, which was why the Tao competition was held and the fairy book reappeared in the human world. Even the Western Sea Sword School, which didn't have much resources, knew how to use the flying whale to create the raindrops and hang a rainbow on the horizon. Cloud Dream Mountain wasn't decorated with lanterns like the human world. It was dusk, and the stars hadn't appeared yet. A large light screen appeared in the sky opposite the setting sun. There were flowing clouds and beautiful scenery in the light screen, looking extremely dreamy. The Cloud Dream Mountain had its own arrangement. For instance, hundreds of thousands of peonies bloomed overnight in the Hanshi Valley, taking the color of heaven and earth away. Countless sword boats and cloud boats rose and landed in the deep heart of the mountains, bringing the cultivation practitioners from all over Chaotian to this place. Many free-traveling practitioners and small sects didn't have the large magic treasures to ride the swords or magic treasures. They had to land outside the second level of the great formation of Cloud Dream and then walk up the mountain. The Zhongzhou School had arranged for caretaker disciples at various mountain gates to receive these cultivation practitioners. A certain mountain gate was built a long time ago, so few people knew about it. No cultivation practitioner had passed through it for a long time. The caretaker disciple was so bored that he felt sleepy. He suddenly became alert when he found someone coming. Cultivationist, please register your name. The person wore a plain white cloth and a conical hat, so his face couldn't be seen. He picked up the pen and wrote down his name on the register. The disciple looked at the name upside down, but he didn't recognize the 2 characters. All he thought was that this cultivationist's name was very simple, with so few strokes. Fellow Taoist, please come this way. Take this jade tablet. The array formation will sense it and won't stop you. The man took the jade token and walked into the mountain. The disciple turned over the register and was slightly startled when he saw the name. He wondered why it was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. A moment later, he suddenly remembered and opened his mouth wide. Aoyama Jingjiu. He turned around to look at the mountain path, but the figure of the other party was nowhere to be seen. He quickly took out his artifact and informed the teachers in the mountain. Among the 12 valleys of the Cloud Dream Valley, the Yingzhan Valley had the calmest terrain. The sword boats and cloud boats of the various sects that came to attend the conference were all docked here. There were many paths leading from the valley to the immortal abode at the peak, and the paths were lined with 1,000-year-old pines. It was inconvenient to fly on swords or artifacts here, otherwise the entire mountain would be filled with sword lights and treasures. It would be extremely chaotic. The cultivators walked among the mountains and stopped by the pavilions, greeting and exchanging greetings from time to time. Such a grand event was rare in the cultivation world. Many people only met after many years, so naturally, they would not miss such an opportunity. A group of cultivators was the most eye-catching. They were dressed in green robes, walking toward the peak in silence. They were naturally from Aoyama, since they could be accompanied by an elder like Yu Qianmen in person. After hundreds of years, the sword cultivators of the Aoyama sect showed up on the Cloud Dream Mountain again. Moreover, there were so many of them, which naturally caused a lot of discussion. A cultivator asked his companion who was the leader of the Aoyama sect this time. He was even more surprised when he found out that it was the 2 peak heads, Fang Jingtian and Nan Wang. The Aoyama sect has really given us enough face this time. The companion shook his head and said, "That's not all. I heard that sect master Lu will come to the conference in person. The cultivator was puzzled and asked, why? As the two leaders of the orthodox cultivation world, the relationship between the Aoyama sect and the Zhongzhou school had always been delicate, or even awkward. Back when the immortal Jingyang ascended, no one from the Zhongzhou school went there, which was the proof. In the cultivation tournament of the Plum meeting a few years ago, the only daughter of the sect master of the Zhongzhou school, Bai Zhao, was rescued by the disciple of the Aoyama sect, Jingjiu. The relationship between the two sects had improved a bit. However, the relationship between the two sects had become tense again in recent years because of the fight for the throne in Jiaoga City. Why did the Aoyama sect suddenly show such kindness? These disciples of the major sects who were familiar with the general trend of the world felt sentimental about the arrival of the people of the Aoyama sect. As for many free-traveling practitioners and disciples of small sects, their feelings were much simpler. They were excited and thrilled. They had only heard about the figures in the legends, but they didn't expect to see them in person in their lifetime. That calm immortal master must be the principal disciple of the Aoyama sect, Guannanshan. Someone said excitedly, back when he killed 7 ferocious beasts in the muddy river, he was painted on a cloth by a painter in the human world. Later, the precious tree house sold it for a box of crystals. Who's Guhan? Is the immortal master Jianriyun here? That smiling and amiable immortal master must be Gu Qing of the Shenma Peak. He's indeed as rumored, making people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. The immortal master Gu Qing and the immortal master Gu Han are blood brothers. The Gu family is really powerful. That's why they have extended their influence to Jiaoga City in recent years. The discussions in the valley grew louder. Soon, the cultivation practitioners had figured out the identity and background of these disciples of the Aoyama sect. More and more gazes fell on a spot among the crowd of the Aoyama sect. Most of the cultivation practitioners were handsome and tall, but that person was a bit short, looking more like an ordinary mortal. That person's appearance was also very ordinary. So ordinary that no matter how long one looked at him, one would forget his appearance as soon as one moved one's eyes away from him. If he was so ordinary, then it would be unusual. It was said that even the materials of the curtain rollers didn't have an accurate description of his appearance. That person had an ordinary temperament, with drooping eyelids. He looked lethargic, as if he hadn't woken up yet. However, one wouldn't think that he was low-key. Instead, one would think that he didn't even want to lift his head to take a look at you. He was extremely arrogant. Is he Zhuoruzhui? Many faint cries rang out in the Yingjian Valley. Looking at the young cultivation practitioner, the people's eyes were full of surprise. All of Chaotian knew that Zhuoruzhui was the personal disciple of the sect master of Aoyama. What was more, he had stayed behind closed doors after he entered the inner gate of Aoyama. No matter how the world had changed and what had happened in Aoyama, he had always stayed on the top of Tianguang Peak. He hadn't stepped out of the manor cave for 20 years. He suddenly came out from behind closed doors a few days ago. It was said that a rainbow had appeared in Aoyama that day. Then, Zhao Liu was defeated by his sword. That's Zhao Liu. I really can't imagine how he did it. Don't forget that he is also someone with natural Dao quality. Looking at Zhuoruzhui in the crowd, the people kept talking about him. If the glory of Aoyama was focused on Shenma Peak and Liangwang Peak, Zhuoruzhui had broken through the closed doors. He had gained the attention of the world. Sensing the admiring gazes from all directions, Guannanshan let out a faint smile. He had no objection to Shenma Peak, but his young brother coming out from behind closed doors had relieved a lot of pressure on him. In the next moment, he felt something was out of place. It was because the gazes on his young brother had all moved away. Following the gazes, he found that they were all looking at a mountain path at the foot of the cliff. The mountain path was old, and it was obvious that it hadn't been used for a long time. Judging from the sign, it should lead to the mountain gate. Only those free-traveling cultivation practitioners and the cultivation practitioners of small sects would come from there. Why did it attract so many people's attention? A man was walking on a mountain path. He was wearing a conical hat, and his face couldn't be seen. His white, robe fluttered slightly, giving people a feeling that he was an immortal, as if he would fly away with the wind in the next moment. Yes, no one knew who that man was. But how could the cultivation practitioners not be moved by such a feeling of being away from the mortal world? Gu Qing was pleasantly surprised. He walked out of the crowd and walked to the foot of the cliff. Seeing this scene, some people who were quick-witted guessed who the man in white was, and then spread the news. Is it him? Is this the rumored Jingjio? Is he really so good-looking? The discussion became louder and louder, and the Yingjian Valley was buzzing. Yu Qianmin frowned slightly, as if he didn't like the noise. A self-mocking smile appeared on Guan Nanshan's face. He looked at Zhuo Ruzhui and found that his young brother still had his eyelids drooped, without any reaction. Countless gazes fell on Jingjio. Some female cultivation practitioners even rushed to the railings of the pavilions, their eyes shining. Nobody looked at Zhuo Ruzhui anymore. Jingjio was indeed very famous. Everybody knew that he was very lazy and also very good-looking. He had many legendary stories, like the chess game with Tong Yin and the cultivation tournament at the Plum Meeting. The story of him and Bai Zhao had spread throughout Chaotian a long time ago. This was the Cloud Dream Mountain. Were the two of them going to meet again? Hey, Jingjio, you finally come. A crisp voice rang out in the valley. Along with the crisp ringing of the bell, a young woman flew down the cliff like a young bird flying to the forest. She was the young master of the Platonist sect, Sensei. Under a distant hut, a monk of the Guocheng temple lowered his head in the end, as though he intended to raise his head, his figure looking a bit lonely. Jingju lifted his head and shot a glance at Sensei, the meaning of which was clear. Sensei turned her body slightly and returned to the cliff like a bird, grunting angrily. Gu Qing met Jingjio on the mountain path. He didn't have time to bow to Jingjio. He started talking as fast as he could in a low voice. However, there were too many people in the valley, and the masters like Fang Jingtian and Nan Wang had a profound cultivation state, so they could definitely hear what he said. As such, he didn't say too much. Jingjio accompanied Jingjio to the top of the cliff and retreated to the rear after he had said what needed to be said. Jingjio walked toward the crowd of Aoyama. He was a disciple of Aoyama, so it was normal for him to do so. Yet, for some reason, many disciples of Aoyama, including Guan Nanshan and Gu Han, had a strange expression on their faces. An awkward and nervous atmosphere had developed on the cliff. Seeing the scene and sensing the atmosphere, the cultivation practitioners of other sects were baffled. Then they remembered that Zhuo Ruzhui had defeated Zhao Liu after he came out from behind closed doors. The relationship between Jingjio and Zhao Liu was obvious. Jingjio was recognized as a talented swordsman, and he had won first place in the cultivation tournament of the Plum Meeting. And it was said that he held grudges. What was going to happen next? Jingjio walked to the front of the crowd of Aoyama. Many people were paying attention to Zhuo Ruzhui's reaction through the corners of their eyes. Zhuo Ruzhui took a glance at Jingjio, and then returned to his original posture, his eyelids drooping, indicating that he was very sleepy. It was evident that he didn't think Jingjio was worthy of his attention. Some people noticed that Zhuo Ruzhui wasn't looking at Jingjio, but at the iron sword on Jingjio's back. The iron sword was still there, which explained many things. The crowd couldn't help but feel sentimental. Back when he rescued Bai Zhao in the snowland, Jingjio's cultivation state had stagnated. It had been 10 years since then, but he hadn't broken through yet. Was this talented swordsman going to die? Jingjio didn't know what was on their minds. He turned to Fang Jingtian and Nan Wang, cupping his hands and bowing to them casually. Nan Wang arched his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jingjio said, "Bai Zhao asked me to come here. I'm here to participate in the Dao competition." The first half of what Jingjio said sounded a bit ambiguous, but the second half of what Jingjio said made the atmosphere even more awkward and tense. Zhuo Ruzhui had defeated Zhao Liu in the sword trial, so he was the only candidate from Aoyama to participate in the Dao competition. Did Jingjio intend to challenge Zhuo Ruzhui? Nan Wang said, "The winner has been chosen." Don't make a fuss. Who is the winner? Jing Jiao asked. Many disciples of Aoyama looked at Zhuoruzhui in the back. Jing Jiao shot a glance at Zhuoruzhui. His face was ordinary, but it was different from Guodong's ordinary face. Jing Jiao knew that this was a kind of magic method, so he didn't mind it. He pulled back his gaze and said to Nan Wang, "I can defeat him." Nan Wang was slightly annoyed. Why should he accept your challenge? The sword trial in Aoyama was over, and Zhuoruzhui was the final winner. If one could challenge the winner at any time after the competition, the sword trial in Aoyama would be meaningless. Jing Jiao didn't say anything. If Zhuoruzhui didn't want to accept the challenge, he couldn't do anything about it. Gu Qing suddenly took a few steps forward and came to the middle of the crowd. He said to Zhuoruzhui, "Accept it." He had to do what his master couldn't do. "Are you crazy?" Gu Han looked at his younger brother, his face full of disbelief. Jing Jiao wanted to defeat his young brother in his current cultivation state? Was everyone on the Shinma Peak as arrogant as him? Gu Qing didn't pay attention to him. He looked at Zhuoruzhui in silence. The calmer his eyes were, the more pressure he felt. What he meant was clear. If you are not afraid of losing, then you should come out and fight with my master. Zhuoruzhui didn't respond to him with the drooping eyelids. Nobody would think that he didn't accept Gu Qing's provocation because he was afraid of Jing Jiao. His indifferent expression would only make people think that he didn't want to accept Jing Jiao's challenge because he was too weak. You didn't participate in the sword trial, so you are disqualified. Whether you can defeat Zhuoruzhui or not, you can't represent Aoyama to participate in the Tao-seeking conference. Fang Jingtian's voice suddenly sounded. Guanan Shan and the others felt relieved, thinking that Senior Master Fang had made such a decision in order to avoid the conflict between the disciples of the same sect, which might lead to an ugly scene. But Jing Jiao knew that was not the case. Fang Jingtian didn't know why he wanted to get the Fairy Book of Longevity, but he didn't want to give him the chance. It was quiet. Jing Jiao suddenly turned around and walked out of the crowd. People were surprised, wondering if he was going to leave in a huff. No one expected what happened next. Jing Jiao walked to the place where Shui Yu Nunnery's disciples were, and stood in front of the small green curtained sedan. The great Grandmaster Shui Yu Nunnery was in the sedan. Those young girls were a bit nervous, but they also felt puzzled, wondering what he was doing here. This was the affair of the Aoyama sect. Even the great Grandmaster couldn't help him. What they didn't know was that Jing Jiao had been living in the nunnery not long ago. Nobody knew what Jing Jiao was going to do. Fang Jingtian furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Jing Jiao said to the small green curtained sedan, "Let me do it." Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the Yingjian Valley. Did he want the quota for Shui Yu Nunnery to participate in the Tao-seeking conference? The expression on a young girl of Shui Yu Nunnery's face turned a bit odd, because she was the one selected by Shui Yu Nunnery to participate in the Tao-seeking conference. It was related to the ownership of the Fairy Book of Longevity, and even Zhuoruzhui had come out from behind closed doors to compete for it. Who would give the quota to a disciple of another sect? In everybody's eyes, Jing Jiao was indulging in a wishful thinking. Shui Yu Nunnery, of course, wouldn't agree to this request. Unexpectedly, a voice came out from the small green curtained sedan. Chapter 366. It was deathly quiet in the Yingjian Valley. Looking at Jing Jiao and the small green curtained sedan, the people were baffled and shocked, thinking it was absurd. Nan Wang asked the question that everybody wanted to ask. What are you doing? How can a disciple of Aoyama represent another sect? If I can't represent Aoyama, I have to use another method. Jing Jiao's tone was calm, as he was merely narrating the situation, devoid of any other emotion. Yet, his intention was clear. He had to participate in the Tao competition. Nan Wang yelled angrily, "Do you want to leave Aoyama and become a nun in Shui Yu Nunnery?" Everybody was looking at Jing Jiao, waiting for his answer. For a cultivation practitioner, belonging to a sect was the most important thing. So what Jing Jiao did was a bit unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable was that Shui Yu Nunnery had agreed to it. Since the rules of the Tao competition don't forbid it, I can represent any sect in the competition, and I don't have to leave Aoyama. The expression on Jing Jio's face was as calm as ever, as if what he had just said had nothing to do with the word absurd. A few female disciples of the Platonist sect widened their eyes in disbelief, saying, I didn't expect young Master Jing Jio to be. He's just such a shameless person. Sensei went on angrily. He hasn't done what he promised me, and it's been so many years. Nan Wang was the angriest and the most disappointed one, because she had thought too much. Jing Jio wanted to represent another sect in the competition, and Shui Yu Nunnery had accepted it. Jing Jio was Jing Yang's personal disciple. Was it Lien Sanyue's idea? She could not allow such a thing to happen. With a slight movement of her sleeves, she prepared to knock out Jing Jio and take him away. Fang Jingtian looked around and found that many people from different sects who didn't get along well with Aoyama were watching the show. Yu Qianmin from Zhongzhou School even put on a faint smile and said with a serious face, We'll talk about this later. After saying this, he walked towards the mountain residence hidden in the peak. In his opinion, the disciples of Green Mountain would leave with him, and Jing Jio would be the only one left in the same place. Unexpectedly, Yao Songshan, Lei Ilkyung, and other disciples of Liangwang Peak all walked toward Jing Jio. They greeted their youngest martial uncle respectfully and left. Noticing this, Fang Jingtian's gaze became even colder. Naturally, Gu Qing did not leave. He stood behind Jing Jio. Shui Yu Nunnery and the others had left as well. The young girl who was going to participate in the Tao competition glared at Jing Jio, thinking that she would ask the great senior master to take back his order when they got back. Jing Jio led Gu Qing up the mountain, following the disciples of Aoyama from a distance. Even though he was going to represent Shui Yu Nunnery in the Tao competition, he still had to live in the territory of Aoyama's sect. He had no intention of betraying the sect. A girl with a few adorable freckles on her face walked out and bowed to Jing Jio in a respectful manner. She had won first place in the chess tournament of the Plum meeting 3 years in a row. She thought that Tong Yin and Jing Jio were her Go masters, so she had to come forward and bow to them when they met. Jing Jio nodded slightly and walked past her. Later, a few disciples of Ozawa and Platonist sect came forward and bowed to him. They were the ones Jing Jio had rescued from the Snowland years ago. Lu Jin, Wu Mingzhong, and Yin Qingma, the 3 members of his group who had participated in the cultivation tournament with him, were also here today. They stepped forward and bowed to him. Sensei caught up with Jing Jio like a little bird. She said with a hint of admiration and mockery, You're really good. You become so familiar with Shui Yu Nunnery. What do you want from me? Asked Jing Jio. Sensei wondered what he had promised her. Suddenly, a white figure flashed by in the distance. She said with a smile, That person of yours is here. I'll find another time to talk to you. Jing Jio understood now. It seemed that the matter she wanted to deal with was quite troublesome, so it was inconvenient for her to talk about it in detail on such an occasion. Gu Qing suddenly said, Master, I'll wait for you up ahead. Looking at the feeble figure of the woman under the pine tree ahead, Jing Jio uttered The twilight seeped through the canopy of the pine tree and turned into countless strands, falling on the 2 of them. The white cloth was ruffling. The white dress was ruffling. They were truly a perfect couple. Seeing this scene, the cultivation practitioners in the Yingjian Valley had the same sentimental feeling. Those cultivation practitioners who had participated in the cultivation tournament in the Snowland recalled the scene back then. The cultivation practitioners had gradually dispersed, leaving the pine tree and the quietness by the cliff's edge to the 2 of them. This was the Cloud Dream Mountain. Nobody wanted to displease the fairy lady Baizeo. How is Senior Master Gua? Baizeo asked while looking at Jing Jio curiously. If Guodong was the senior master that Big Brother Tong Yin had guessed, why was she defeated by the godly swordsman at the West Ocean and saved by Jing Jio? Before Jing Jio could say anything, she continued, Have you been with her in the last 3 years? Did you become her personal disciple so that Shui Yu Nunnery would agree to let you represent him in the tournament? She had many questions, but she came up with an explanation while she was talking. This explanation was reasonable, and it was in line with her wishes. Jingjiu didn't expect her to guess that he was the person at the West Ocean, feeling surprised. "She's not bad," he said. Looking at the iron sword on Jingjiu's back, Bai Zhao said in surprise, "I sense that you had broken through a cultivation state when we were in Zhaoga City. I thought that the curtain rollers had made a mistake." Jingjiu said, "I thought that someone would come to trouble me, so I hid some of my strength." Though he spoke in a nonchalant tone, Bai Zhao felt it was sweet because it meant that he trusted her. If it were before, he wouldn't bother to explain. She felt that his attitude toward her had changed a lot. "Are you really going to represent Shui Yu Nunnery in the tournament?" Bai Zhao said worriedly. "I'm afraid that the masters of Aoyama won't agree and will be very angry." Jingjiu said, "I don't have a master in Aoyama." By now, Bai Zhao remembered that he was the personal disciple of the immortal Jingyang, and nobody in Aoyama was his master. He suddenly thought of something and felt scared. "Fortunately, we are not from the same sect. Otherwise, I would have to call you Senior Master," he said while patting his chest lightly. Jingjiu thought he must be the Senior Grandmaster. Bai Zhao said seriously, "I don't know the details of the Dao competition, but I know that it might have something to do with the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream. I'll tell you when I find out more about it." "Okay," said Jingjiu. The residence arranged by the Zhongzhou School for Aoyama was in the deepest part of the Yingjian Valley, with a dozen wooden houses scattered in front of the cliff. Those wooden houses were made of precious hardwood and were called the House of Peeling Skin. The reason why it had such a frightening name was because the surface of the hardwood had been carved with countless marks using a small knife, forming an extremely beautiful and strange pattern. It looked like the skin shed by a flood serpent and was very comfortable to the touch. It was the same when one sat or lay down on it. Gu Qing led Jingjiu into a wooden house. Behind the wooden house, there was a precipice outside the railing, and the bottom was shrouded with clouds and mist, giving the place a fairy-like atmosphere. Jingjiu glanced at him. Gu Qing called out his flying sword, which fell silently in the surrounding air. Countless sword lights weaved into a dense net like silk and then gradually disappeared. This was one of the moves of the inherited heaven swordsmanship, which could isolate the spiritual awareness like some formations. Jingjiu was satisfied with the improvement of his state, so he gave him a few words of advice. The inherited heaven swordsmanship imitates and recreates the formations, but it's still a sword style. Don't be too cautious in using it, or you will lose your spirituality. Gu Qing listened carefully and said, "Big Brother Zhua has a better understanding of the inherited heaven swordsmanship than me, and he used at least 4 real swords that day." "So what?" Jingjiu asked. "Can he defeat Liu?" Gu Qing was troubled, thinking that Senior Master Zhua had indeed lost the battle with countless people watching. How could he answer this question? He said seriously, "Big Brother Zhua is really powerful." Jingjiu untied the iron sword and handed it to him. Then he sat on the floor in front of the railing and said while looking at the clouds and mist outside the cliff, "No matter how powerful he is, he can't be more powerful than Lei." Holding the iron sword, Gu Qing wondered how to continue the conversation. He suddenly thought of something and said, "I remember that before the sword trial that day, Senior Master Zhua had said something to young Brother Yuan." "What did she say?" At that time, young Brother Yuan was frustrated because of Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming was the master of the mysterious dark church. Back then, you don't mention unimportant things. Gu Qing thought that Wang Xiaoming was the person his master had decided to kill, and it took the curtain rollers several years to find out who he was. How could it be unimportant? Senior Masters were told young brother that the power of the deviant sex mostly came from external objects, and that if she didn't suppress the thoughtless sword, she could fight in the broken sea realm. The more Gu Qing thought about it, the more confused he became. No matter how powerful Big Brother Zhua is, he can't be in the broken sea state. If so, why did Senior Master Zhua lose? After a moment of silence, Jingjiu suddenly said, "What an idiot. I don't even know what she is thinking about." Now Gu Qing understood why his master thought that Wang Xiaoming's matter was unimportant. It was rare for his master to reveal his true feelings, but he had overheard it. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Fortunately, he heard Yao Songshan's greeting in front of the house. The front hall of the House of Peeled Skin was full of people. Fang Jingtian sat at the head of the table, and Nan Wang sat on his left. Bai Rujing, the elder of Tianguang Peak, and an elder of Shuriwei Peak sat opposite them. The rest of the disciples were standing, and Zhuoruzhui was unnoticeable in the crowd. This was the rhythm of the meeting in Aoyama. Jingjiu walked in and stood on the same spot after seeing the situation in the room, showing no intention of bowing to them. The atmosphere in the room was a bit tense. Gu Qing took a look around and brought a chair over. He placed it next to Nan Wang and retreated into the crowd. Jingjiu was quite satisfied with Gu Qing's performance, but he was a bit dissatisfied when he saw Gu Qing place the chair so close to Nan Wang. Lin Sanyue was the most troublesome one. The second most troublesome one was Nan Wang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed behind closed doors in the manor cave so often. It was well known that cultivating by the cliff's edge had a better air. At the time, the young girl Nan Wang was drunk every night on the top of Qingrong Peak, singing the love song of the southern Barbara tribes to the opposite side. The opposite side of Qingrong Peak was the Shima Peak. It was very noisy. Thinking of all this, Jingjiu sat down on the chair. The tense atmosphere in the room had abated, but it was still a bit awkward. The reason Gu Qing brought the chair over was to remind everybody that his master was of the same generation as these four elders. It was fine to discuss business, but it was better not to interrogate them. Nan Wang was impatient, asking, "What is the relationship between you and Shui Yununnery?" "Nothing," said Jingjiu. Nan Wang rolled his eyes, asking, "Why did they agree with your ridiculous behavior then?" Jingjiu said after some thought, "The immortal Jingyang and Shui Yununnery are old friends. It's probably because of this." This was the answer that Nan Wang didn't want to hear the most. Before she could lose her temper, an angry voice broke out in the room. Bai Rujing said sternly, "You are a disciple of our Aoyama. How can you represent another sect to participate in the Dao competition?" Jingjiu answered Nan Wang's question casually, but he didn't even look at this person. Bai Rujing was even angrier, yelling, "This is impossible, unless you want to be expelled from the mountain gate." Jingjiu still didn't pay attention to him, looking at the ground in silence. In the crowd, Zhuoruzhui was also looking at the ground with drooping eyelids. Everybody in the room was looking at Fang Jingtian, except for the two people watching the ground and Gu Qing, who had left some time ago. As the third swordsman of Aoyama after the immortal sect master and the sword justice Yuan Qijing, he was the only one present who had the right to make the final decision. Fang Jingtian said indifferently, "There is no such reason. Unless you don't consider yourself a disciple of Aoyama, then you can do this." Jingjiu still didn't pay attention to him. The discussion turned into a one-sided conversation, and the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. Gu Qing walked in, holding a cup of tea and putting it on the tea table beside Jingjiu. The awkward atmosphere was slightly relieved. Jingjiu didn't think it was necessary, but he didn't want to reject his disciple's good intentions, so he picked up the cup and took a sip. Bai Rujing was even angrier. He pointed at Gu Qing and said, "You only know how to flatter others. How can you achieve great Dao? Like master, like disciple." Nowadays, Gu Qing had a good reputation not only in the 9 peaks of Aoyama, but also in the cultivation world. He was the teacher of Prince Jing Yao, and he was meticulous and considerate, managing the affairs of Shima Peak very well. But there were also some derogatory comments, saying that he flattered his teacher too much. Gu Qing didn't care much about these comments, but today it came from a teacher of Aoyama, so the situation was different. His expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Jingjiu put down the cup and looked at Bai Rujing, asking, "You also teach disciples?" He was talking about Lu Shisui. Most of the people in the room were disciples of Liangwang Peak, so they knew about the past. Lu Shisui made a great contribution in the Battle of the Cloud Platform and returned to Aoyama. Bai Rujing, who was extremely cruel to him, wanted to take him as a disciple again, but Lu Shisui refused. Bai Rujing was humiliated. The 9 peaks of Aoyama all knew that this matter shouldn't be mentioned in front of him. But Jingjiu said it. Bai Rujing blushed and said, "At least I didn't teach a disciple who was locked in the sword." Jingjiu didn't want to listen to it anymore, so he stood up. The others didn't say anything, but Fang Jingtian's pupils shrank slightly. Jingjiu turned around and walked out of the room. Gu Qing naturally followed him. His seemingly rude behavior represented his toughness. He didn't care about this meeting of Aoyama. No one was qualified to judge whether he was a disciple of Aoyama or not. How preposterous! How preposterous! Bai Rujing yelled angrily. When senior brother sect master comes, we must punish this person severely. No, we must expel him from the mountain gate. Nan Wang squinted at him, wondering if he was an idiot. Fang Jingtian was silent, thinking that he knew he wasn't the youngest uncle. But why was he scared when he stood up just now? Zhongzhou School invited all the sects in the world, and countless cultivation practitioners gathered here. For many free-traveling practitioners and cultivation practitioners of small sects, it was a rare opportunity for them to attend the meeting and listen to the Tao, even though they weren't qualified to ask the Tao. It would have a great influence on their cultivation in the future. The immortal Tan, the sect master of Zhongzhou School, and the immortal Lu, the sect master of Aoyama, would preach the Tao in person. The great grandmaster of Shuai Nunnery was the only one who declined the invitation. It was indeed a rare opportunity to listen to the preaching of the Tao by 2 figures in the heavenly arrival state and watch the demonstration of the magic methods. Jingjiu told Gu Qing to listen to the preaching for a few days instead of serving him. Of course, he didn't go. He sat by the railing and looked at the valley and the clouds, pondering in silence. Everybody should be listening to the preaching of the 2 immortals, so he thought nobody would disturb them. Unexpectedly, the sound of a silver bell could be heard along with the mountain wind. Sensei sat by his side and complained, "Will you do what you promised me?" "Yes, I will," said Jingjiu. Sensei let out an innocent smile, saying, "Help me kill the Grandmaster." Jingjiu shot her a glance. He had seen a lot of strange things and heard a lot of unimaginable requests, but asking him to kill his own grandmother, this was the first time. "Okay," said Jingjiu after some thought. Sensei was quite happy, letting out a bell-like laughter. The silver bell on her wrist rang softly, as if she was laughing as well. Chapter 367. Back when they were in the old plum garden in Zhaoga City, Sensei gave Jingjiu and Zhao Liu a pair of bells of excellent state. Jingjiu's bell was tied around Liu Ada's neck. Zhao Liu promised to give Sensei a good sword, and she gave it to her afterward. Jingjiu promised to do something for her, anything, but he hadn't done it yet. At the time, Lo Huainan and the Prince Jing Exine didn't think much of it. It was because anything usually meant nothing. Jingjiu believed that Sensei wouldn't make things difficult for him. Yet, when he lent the bells to the king of the underworld in the fiend prison, he wondered if she would get angry and ask him to kill all the elders of the Platonist sect. It seemed that his prediction was correct. If he wanted to kill the grandmaster of the Platonist sect, he would have to kill all the elders of the Platonist sect first. The reason he had thought of such a scenario was that he had predicted many things. Regardless of whether Tian Jingren's prediction was correct or not, the grandmaster would die sooner or later, and the closer she was to her death, the more trouble Sensei's mother would face. It was difficult for anyone to make a choice between their grandmother and their mother, not to mention a little girl like Sensei, who had grown up in a pampered and spoiled manner. It was unclear how much pain was hidden in her silvery laughter. Jingjiu rubbed Sensei's head. Sensei leaned against Jingjiu's chest and said, "Do you know how many women want to throw themselves at you? Though I know it's because you don't treat me as a woman, I'm still very happy. It's because they can't rely on me anyway." As she spoke, her small face was full of a contented smile. Jingjiu didn't say anything. "Oh, do you know where Zhan went? Back then, he wanted to take me to Penglai to eat the barbecued fish that was more delicious than Ozawa, but he disappeared for a few years." Sensei's voice became lower and lower until it was almost inaudible. Jingjiu looked down at the tears on her face and subconsciously stroked her hair with his right hand. He thought for a moment and said, "He is in the Guocheng temple. He also came this time." Ah! Sensei hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. She got up and rushed down the mountain, leaving behind a string of laughter. The sound of the silver bell was indeed very pleasant to hear. As Jingjiu thought of this, he wiped his face with his hand. After the sword fire burned his face, it became clean again. Then he continued to think. He was determined to get the longevity fairy book, so he had to make some preparations. Baizeo had mentioned the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream, so he knew what it was. There was a fairy treasure in the Zhongzhou school, which could lead the spiritual awareness of the cultivation practitioners into the illusionary realm. It was said that everything in the illusionary realm was real, and one could perceive heaven and earth, worldly affairs, and human nature in it. Cultivating and living in the illusionary realm and using time to cleanse the Tao heart was equivalent to experiencing the mortal world in the Guocheng temple. However, because of the time difference between the real world and the illusionary realm, the process of perceiving could be greatly compressed. Of course, what one could gain would not be as real as experiencing the mortal world. Jingjiu thought that he should ask Sensei for another thing just now. Faint music came from afar, indicating that today's lecture had come to an end. Jingjiu walked down the mountain and found a disciple of the Zhongzhou school, asking where the monks of the Guocheng temple lived. The disciple of the Zhongzhou school took him to a valley in the east and left. Dusk was approaching, and the few temples in the valley were even more quiet. The guests of the Guocheng temple, the Shuiyu nunnery, and the Baotong Zen temple all lived in this valley. The Zhongzhou school was an orthodox school, but it had so many temples. It was hard to say whether it was open-minded and tolerant or extravagant. When Jingjiu arrived at the temple where the monks of the Guocheng temple lived, Baizeo was already waiting for him there. She was the only daughter of the headmaster of the Zhongzhou school, so she should be very busy today. But she was here, so it must be that the disciple of the Zhongzhou school had informed her. Jingjiu could naturally think of the reason, but he didn't think about it. He said, "I'm looking for someone." Hearing the voice coming from the temple, Baizeo said, "Though I don't know who you're looking for, they should still be inside." The wooden door of the main hall was closed. Sensei was standing on her tiptoes and looking inside. She kept knocking on the door with her little hands, shouting, "Open the door if you can." Jingjiu and Baizeo didn't go over, but watched from afar. After a long time, the door of the hall finally opened. Sensei walked in angrily, but her heart softened when she saw the figure kneeling on the futon and facing the ancient Buddha in silence. She walked behind Ijan and said, "Even if you've become a monk, you don't have to be so sad, do you? You're hiding from me." Hearing Sensei's inappropriate comfort, Ijan sighed and said, "What do you know?" Sensei squatted down beside him and looked at his face. Her eyes were full of curiosity and eagerness. Ijan had lost all his hair, and his beard was shaved cleanly. He looked much younger than before. Feeling Sensei's gaze, he said warily, "You're not allowed to touch my head." Being exposed, Sensei felt bored and said, "I don't know why you're sad. Tell me then." Ijan said in a trembling voice, "My friend betrayed us and killed one of my friends. What do you think of me?" Sensei was puzzled and said, "That's your friend's business. What does it have to do with you?" Ijan said, "Isn't it my fault that I didn't know the right person and brought disaster to myself?" Sensei said, "You're indeed a bit blind, but it's that person's problem after all. Your problem isn't that big. I've had no parents since I was a child, and I still don't know who my father is. As soon as I learned about my mother's background, something big happened to me. It can be seen that I'm an unlucky person." Hejan was silent for a while and said, "I think you'd better not come to me in the future." Sensei was very angry and said, "When my father died, I didn't remember anything. Ever since I could remember, my grandmother was afraid that my mother would remarry. Every day, she thought about how to kill her so that I could succeed as the sect master. Anyway, my surname is Da. which means that my existence is the reason for my mother's death. What about a daughter like me? After saying this, she was so sad that her eyes were full of tears. Hijan turned to look at her and felt very sorry for her. He comforted her, "Don't cry." Sensei cried even harder, and her cries echoed in front of the Buddha's statue. Hijan hesitated for a while and said, "How about I take you to roast fish?" Sensei immediately stopped crying and smiled. She wiped away her tears and said, "Okay." Hijan also smiled helplessly. He didn't know whether she was crying for real or not. Sensei suddenly thought of something and said, "This is the Cloud Dream Mountain. Want to be okay to catch fish and roast it?" Hijan said, "Don't worry. I have a friend in Zhongzhou school." When he said the word friend, his expression became a little unnatural. He didn't want to come to the Cloud Dream Mountain at all because he was afraid of meeting that friend. As the saying goes, he was too ashamed to meet his friend. Sensei didn't give him a chance to regret. She dragged him up from the futon and walked out of the hall. As soon as they walked out of the hall, they saw Jing Jio and Bai Zhao. Jing Jio was as calm and silent as before, and Bai Zhao had a faint smile on his face. Hijan was a little embarrassed, wondering if their previous conversation had been heard by them. Sensei didn't care at all. She looked up proudly and said to Jing Jio, "Why did you follow me here?" Bai Zhao glanced at Jing Jio and realized that he was looking for her. Jing Jio said, "Do you have another bell? Give me one." Sensei was confused and asked, "Where's the one I gave you?" Jing Jio naturally wouldn't say that the bell was tied to the neck of a white cat, although it was definitely not an ordinary white cat. "I hid it on the top of Shinma Peak. I didn't bring it out." Sensei was very satisfied with his cautious attitude toward the bell and said, "I can't find such a good bell in a short time. I'll find it for you when we get home." Jing Jio wanted the bell to be used in the dreamland of Yunming, so he said, "Forget it." Sensei realized that he wanted it now. She thought for a while and took off her bell from her wrist and handed it over, saying, "I'll lend it to you for 2 days." This bell was her natal bell and was extremely precious. Thinking of her position in the Platonist sect, it could be said that this was the best heart-cleansing bell in the world. Bai Zhao and Hijan didn't know what Jing Jio had promised her, so they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hijan took Sensei to find a friend to roast fish, but Jing Jio didn't leave. He went to the temple to see the 2 monks. The old monk looked at him with a smile and didn't say anything. The wrinkles on his face were much deeper than when he was in Nanhezu, but he was still very energetic and his eyes were gentle. The young monk was even more excited when he saw him, but he couldn't say anything. Bai Zhao was a little puzzled. Jing Jio liked this young monk very much, so he said to the old monk, "Let's solve it." The old monk smiled and pointed at the young monk from afar. Instantly, countless words gushed out from the young monk's mouth, like an endless river. Words with similar meanings, such as "long time no see" and "long time no see," were repeated ceaselessly. Jing Jio was a little regretful, asking, "Hijan came to experience the world of mortals? What are you two here for?" "The Tao competition is still going to be a fight." The young monk turned to Bai Zhao and said, "Of course your sect is prepared. You have a lot of magic pills, but we are still good at treating external injuries." Jing Jio said a few words and found out that Monk Du Hai, the principal justice of the Guocheng Temple, hadn't returned yet, so he bid farewell and left. He wanted to ask Monk Du Hai about Lu Shisui's current situation. He walked out of the temple. Bai Zhao was a little curious as to why he was so close to these 2 ordinary monk doctors and was willing to chat with them. When she was about to ask, she saw a young girl standing under the willow tree in front of her. The young girl's eyes were a little red. It was obvious that she had just cried, and her face was full of grievance. It was the disciple of Shui Yu Nunnery who was originally going to participate in the Tao competition. Obviously, the great supreme elder Shui Yu Nunnery didn't agree to her request and left the quota for Jing Jio. The young girl felt sad when she saw Jing Jio, and she was even more indignant when she saw the iron sword on his back. "You haven't even reached the consummate state of the undefeated realm, so you are not qualified to participate. Why did you rob me?" Bai Zhao knew that Jing Jio wouldn't answer, so he looked at her and smiled apologetically. "Actually, I don't understand where your confidence comes from. A voice came from not far away. The voice didn't have any spirit, but it wasn't lazy either. Laziness was also a kind of emotion. There was no emotion in the voice. The speaker was Zhuo Ruzhui. He leaned against the stone wall beside the mountain path and looked at the ground with drooping eyelids. He was very tired. It seemed that if he didn't do this, he would lie down and fall asleep. Jingzhou looked at this child and suddenly felt some appreciation. Bai Zhao glanced at him and said, "Shall I find a place for you?" Jingzhou uttered him. Zhuo Ruzhui straightened up and said to her, "Sorry to trouble you." The young girl Shui Yu Nunnery was a little confused. "Thinking were you talking about?" Jingzhou said, "Follow him." The young girl Shui Yu Nunnery was startled. "Thinking where should I follow him?" Bai Zhao said with a smile. "Don't you want to see his qualification?" A few rays of light shone down on a gloomy valley. It was the beginning of the night. The stars were not clear, and the green among the cliffs seemed a little dark, giving people an indescribable pressure. Jingzhou looked into the depths of the wild forest and asked, "Is it really here?" Bai Zhao said, "This valley is my place of cultivation, and the abode of cultivation is right above. Do you want to go up and have a seat?" Jingzhou said, "That's fine." Zhuo Ruzhui slowly withdrew the flying sword back into his body, thinking how confident he was. Bai Zhao looked at him and said, "Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave this place. As long as you don't make too much noise, no one outside will know." Zhuo Ruzhui was the last disciple of the headmaster of Aoyama. He had been in seclusion for more than 20 years and shocked the world with his great reputation. In everyone's opinion, he was the most likely to become the future headmaster of Aoyama, and he was even more likely than Guanan Shan. On the mountain path, he didn't respond to Gu Qing no matter how hard he tried to provoke him, because no matter what, Jingzhou was his senior uncle. He didn't want other people to see the internal strife of Aoyama, and he didn't even want other disciples to see it. That was why he came to find Jingzhou in private. In his opinion, he couldn't let senior Uncle Jingyang be humiliated because of his disciples' incompetence. Coincidentally, Jingzhou had the same thought. Lu Xi was right. He didn't want to embarrass his favorite disciple too much. He didn't want too many people to see it. There was no audience here, only 2 girls. It was enough for them to be witnesses, and he believed that they wouldn't say anything afterwards. But suddenly there was the sound of stepping on grass and the sound of water dripping on the grass in the dark forest. Then there was a fire. After a while, Hejan came out of the forest with a fish in his left hand and a torch in his right hand. The light from the torch illuminated the valley. Sensei followed him out. Her skirt was wet, which was obviously the result of catching fish in a stream. Seeing the situation in the valley, Hejan and Sensei were stunned. Sensei reacted the fastest. She yelled at Jingzhou, "Why did you come after me again?" Jingzhou didn't say anything. Zhuo Ruzhui sighed. "How many spectators are there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young man walked out of the forest. His eyebrows were very light, giving people a feeling that he was arrogant and aloof from the world. He was Tong Yin of Zhongzhou. "The Cloud Dream Mountain is very big. Why do you have to roast fish here?" Bai Zhao looked at Tong Yin and said with slight annoyance, "Big brother, I didn't give you the token to do this." Hejan suddenly felt that the fish and the torch in his hands became very heavy. Did he trick his friend again? Tong Yin thought for a while and said, "It's too troublesome for the masters to talk about roasting fish elsewhere. You can't do it here. Long time no see." "Hello. Hello." "Long time no see" was said to Jingzhou. "Hello" was said to Zhuo Ruzhui. He said it to the young girl of the Water Moon Nunnery. Everything could be settled with one sentence. No wonder he was a master of chess. That was the thought in the minds of the people present. Or was it a kind of laziness? Jingzhou talked less. Was it because he was better at chess, or because he was lazy? Sensei suddenly asked, "Are you going to fight?" Zhuo Ruzhui said listlessly, "Yes, please advise me, martial uncle." Jingzhou said, "I will." Chapter 368. Sensei's intention was clear, but Hejan didn't agree with her. Zhuo Ruzhui stood there casually. but he had the feeling that he was in a world of his own. He was exceedingly powerful. Jingjiao had stagnated in his cultivation state for almost 10 years, so he couldn't be his match. The young girl Shui Yununri looked at Tong Yin and asked, "What do you think, young Master Tong Yin?" Tong Yin was a master of chess playing, and he was very intelligent, so his judgment was very accurate. Hejan looked at Hejan as well, wondering what Hejan thought and how long Jingjiao could hold on. Tong Yin said without a second thought, "Jingjiao, of course, will win." Hejan didn't understand, and so did the young girl Shui Yununri. Zhuo Ruzhui had been behind closed doors since he was a child, and he had entered the free travel state at such a young age. He could be called a monster in the cultivation world, and he was even more powerful than Zhao Liu. No matter how talented Jingjiao was in the sword work, how could he make up for the difference in their cultivation states? Bai Zhao asked seriously, "Why does Big Brother have more confidence than me?" After a moment of silence, Tong Yin said, "It's because Jingjiao's calculating ability is the best in the world. If he didn't have the confidence to win, he wouldn't have shown up." This deduction was quite logical, or at least it sounded reasonable. After the chess game at the Plum meeting, Jingjiao's calculating ability had shocked the whole land. If he didn't have the confidence to win, why would he agree to fight against Zhuo Ruzhui? The young girl Shui Yununri wasn't convinced, so she asked Sensei why she thought so highly of Jingjiao. "It's simple," Sensei said. "It's because that person is never willing to suffer losses." Hejan thought of the stories about Jingjiao over the years and found it was true. Sensei looked at the two figures in the valley and suddenly laughed. Aoyama sect really likes to play this trick. Hejan and the others followed his line of sight. The night deepened and the stars shone brighter. The valley was coated with a layer of silver, and the view became much clearer. Zhuo Ruzhui's eyelids drooped. He crossed his arms and looked at the ground. Jingjiao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the forest on the cliff. They were like two travelers who had entered the valley by mistake. They didn't know each other. He was tired of walking alone. He was alone, yet he still had the leisure to enjoy the scenery. Hejan agreed with Sensei. He nodded and said, "I don't agree with anything else but this one. She's too good at pretending." Bai Zhao recalled the scene in the snowland, described by Xiang Wanshu and others later, thinking with a faint smile that it was indeed the case. The young girl Shui Yununri suddenly exclaimed with widened eyes, "Are they going to stand so close to each other?" The group noticed by now that Jingjiao and Zhuo Ruzhui were only a few hundred feet away from each other, and neither of them had any intention of riding their swords to leave. The swordsmen of Aoyama didn't like to get close to their opponents. If possible, they would try their best to keep a distance from their opponents. But why were the two of them standing so close to each other in this sword fight between two members of Aoyama? Hejan shot a glance at Tong Yin and said, "Zhuo Ruzhui is so relaxed and confident, and he's even yielded so much. Do you still think Jingjiao has a chance?" Tong Yin said uncertainly, "Maybe Jingjiao has predicted this." Hejan said while shaking his head, "That's too shameless." Zhuo Ruzhui was in the upper state of the free travel, much higher than Jingjiao's. If Zhuo Ruzhui kept a distance from him, the sword fight tonight would become a one-sided attack, and Jingjiao would lose for sure. The distance between the two of them indicated that Zhuo Ruzhui didn't want to take advantage of the cultivation state, and he only wanted to defeat Jingjiao with his sword work. Was he being arrogant, or was he being arrogant? If Jingjiao accepted the challenge because he had predicted Zhuo Ruzhui's arrogance, was he being shameless, or was he being shameless? Even so, you still can't win. Zhuo Ruzhui suddenly said this while looking at a grasshopper on the back of his foot. Jingjiao acted as if he hadn't heard him. He untied the iron sword from his back and took off the cloth wrapping the sword. Zhuo Ruzhui didn't raise his head, but he seemed to have seen Jingjiao's iron sword, saying, "Your sword can't win either." Jingjiao said, "This only shows that your judgment is not good enough." Nobody shouted the start of the fight, and there was no countdown. The moment the cloth wrapping the sword fell on the ground, the fight began. A tiny spark appeared in front of Jingjiao. His face was illuminated, and the starry night was no longer so dazzling. Before the first spark disappeared, a second spark lit up not far away. Soon after, more and more sparks appeared. Some were in the sky, some on the ground, some in the forest, and some by the stream. In an instant, innumerable sparks bloomed, just like the sea of peonies in the Hanshi Valley a few days ago. The whole valley was illuminated. Jingjiu and Zhuoruzhui stood in the sky, full of sparks. Their silhouettes were clear, and their sleeves were fluttering. It was a beautiful scene. So beautiful, Sensei exclaimed. The young girl Shuei Nunnery's eyes were saying the same thing. Baizeo's eyes were as bright as water. It was a beautiful thing to watch the sparks by the water, but she knew how much danger was hidden in those sparks. Those sparks were the marks left by the collision of Jingjiu and Zhuoruzhui's flying swords. One spark meant one encounter. Innumerable sparks meant innumerable encounters. In an instant, the valley was filled with sparks, indicating that the two had struck out innumerable swords in a very short time. How fast were their swords? Looking at the magnificent scene of sparks in front of him, Hejan's eyes were slightly startled, thinking that these two were very powerful. Tong Yan's eyes didn't even blink as she focused on the valley. Innumerable specks of light appeared in her eyes, and then gradually faded away, perfectly reflecting all the details. She was calculating the speed at which Jingjiu and Hejan's swords, the trajectory of their swords, and more. Hejan suddenly said, "Jingjiu can't do it." Tong Yan didn't say anything. She had already calculated that Jingjiu was indeed at a disadvantage. The sparks seemed to cover the whole valley, but there were still some sparks. The sparks in the east became sparser, while the sparks in the west became denser. It was as if there was an invisible wind blowing the sparks towards where Jingjiu was standing. This meant that the two flying swords were getting closer and closer to Jingjiu. It was clear that both sides were attacking and defending. Suddenly, there were countless sounds in the valley. The sounds were very soft, like countless glass bottles breaking at the same time. Hejan and the others were slightly relieved. The sounds of swords rang out, indicating that both sides had temporarily stopped fighting. The sparks in the sky disappeared one by one, and the valley became dark again, as if everything that had happened was just a dream. Hejan's torch on the ground lit up the surroundings. There was a slight sound of wind. A flying sword hovered in the air in silence. The body of the sword was gray, and it looked ordinary, but it gave off a feeling of great power. Zhuoruzhui said with drooping eyelids, "Senior Master, you are much stronger than I thought, but your sword is really not good enough." Jingjiu's iron sword was famous in Aoyama, and he had inherited it from Senior Master Mo of Shuriwa Peak. But the fame of the iron sword came from that story and the way Jingjiu obtained the iron sword. It didn't mean that the iron sword itself was very powerful. In fact, the state of this iron sword was very ordinary, and it was excessively heavy. After being burned in the snowland for 6 years, it had become extremely ugly. Zhuoruzhui could sense that Jingjiu's sword work was exquisite, not inferior to his own, but the iron sword was too heavy, and its state was too ordinary, so the movement of the sword would be greatly affected. It was for this reason that he had been able to be the main attacker. "As I said, your judgment is not good enough," Jingjiu said. Zhuoruzhui sensed his own flying sword, and found that the sword was a bit sluggish, as if it was affected by something. Jingjiu suddenly turned to look at the distance outside the valley, and then glanced at Baizeo. Baizeo had also sensed it. He nodded, and then shook his head, indicating that he couldn't keep those masters out with the formation all the time. Jingjiu turned to Zhuoruzhui and said, "Hurry up." "Then you should admit defeat," said Zhuoruzhui. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sparks appeared again. This time, the sparks didn't appear in other places in the valley, like among the cliffs or by the stream, but only between the two of them. They were about 100 feet away from each other, and so many sparks appeared at the same time. The sparks were so dense that they almost looked like a bright mirror, and it was a bit dazzling. Sensei and the young girl Shuei Yununari covered their faces with their hands, showing their cute eyes. Hejan's expression was solemn, and he realized that if it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a storm of attacks. Zhuo Ruzhui was really very strong. At such a young age, he had already grasped the true meaning of the way of the sword in Aoyama. His sword essence was abundant, and his swordsmanship violent. He was indeed a monster. The problem was, how could Jing Jiu still be able to withstand it? Bai Zhao was a bit worried about Jing Jiu, because Jing Jiu's sword was really at a disadvantage. Zhuo Ruzhui was the last disciple of the sect master of Aoyama. His flying sword looked ordinary, but it was actually of an extraordinary grade. It was probably above Guananshan's blue ocean sword, and was a true high-grade celestial sword. Even if Jing Jiu's cultivation of the way of the sword was not weaker than Zhuo Ruzhui's, how could that ugly sword withstand such a high frequency of attacks? Countless sparks appeared in Tong Yan's eyes. He couldn't predict that Jing Jiu could counterattack or even win, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Martial Nephew Bai, please remove the formation. Suddenly, a deep and cold voice came from the night sky above. Bai Zhao recognized that it was Elder Yu Qimen's voice. He had no choice but to remove the formation outside the valley. As soon as the formation was removed, he heard a series of air-piercing sounds and saw dozens of light rays illuminating the night sky. Although he had been warned in advance, Jing Jiu didn't expect that this kid's level of the way of the sword was so good, and the Cloud Dream Mountain was alerted. People from Zhongzhou School, Aoyama Sect, Shuei Yununari, Kunlun Sect, and Ozawa Sect all heard the news and rushed here, looking down at the ground from the sky. The scene in the valley fell into everyone's eyes. The sky was full of sparks, and Jing Jiu and Zhuo Ruzhui were standing in the middle of it. The formation was removed, and the wind blew in from outside the valley, bringing the sparks up to the sky. It looked like tens of thousands of fireflies flying up at the same time. People naturally knew that these sparks were the traces of the sword fight between Jing Jiu and Zhuo Ruzhui, and they were all shocked. Were these two people actually this strong? Those young disciples all thought that if they were standing in the valley at this moment, they would have been cut into pieces by the flying swords. Those senior masters with profound cultivation wondered if they were at this level when they were at this age, and then shook their heads with emotion, thinking that they were too far behind. Zhuo Ruzhui deserved to be the last disciple of the immortal of Aoyama's sect, and he deserved to be the monster who defeated Zhao Liu. He was unbelievably powerful. Jing Jiu deserved to be the personal disciple of the immortal of Jinyang's sect, and he was able to resist the crazy attack of his opponent. But it was said that his state had stagnated for 10 years. How could anyone tell? Jing Jiu sensed the arrival of the people in the sky, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. He was used to being stared at by others, but it did not mean that he liked it, whether it was his face or his sword. He decided to end this battle, and so he let go of his hands that were always behind his back. The iron sword suddenly appeared in the night sky, flew back to his side, and stabbed deep into the ground. This was the best opportunity to attack. Zhuo Ruzhui did not move. At this moment, he finally raised his head. He looked at Jing Jiu. Feeling the change of the qi of heaven and earth in the valley, he retreated without hesitation. He retreated to a place not far away from the forest and sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes, reached out his left palm, and formed a sword sign with the fingers of his right hand. The flying sword appeared in the night sky and then disappeared again. Jing Jiu's sleeves fluttered, and he disappeared on the spot as well. The starlight fell on the valley. It was silent, but there was great danger hidden in it. The wind continued to blow, rustling the branches of the trees and the wild grass. Every line seemed to have turned into sword gleams, and it was extremely eerie. No one knew whether it was the wind blowing into the cave in the cliff or the rustling of the leaves, but the valley was filled with shrill cries. Zhuo Ruzhui's face became paler and paler. The eerie sword will fill the entire valley. Sensei and the others could no longer stand and watch, and retreated to the top of the cliff. Hejan's expression was a little gloomy. The cultivators in the night sky, mainly the young disciples, could not bear it either and retreated more than 10 miles away. The shrill cries of the wind and the leaves suddenly disappeared and turned into a mournful cry of the sword. Jingjiu appeared in front of Zhuo Ruzhui. He stepped on Zhuo Ruzhui's flying sword. Jingjiu pointed at Zhuo Ruzhui's chest, and there was a sword gleam on his fingertip. Zhuo Ruzhui opened his eyes and looked at the approaching finger, as if he was looking at the sharpest sword in the world. He let go of the sword formula and no longer tried to control the flying sword. His 10 fingers spread out, and he was going to use the autumn lock method to lock Jingjiu's finger. Years ago, at the sword trial of Aoyama, Guhan of Liangwang Peak had tried to use this method to lock Jingjiu's sword, but he had failed. Zhuo Ruzhui knew about this, but he believed that he could do what his senior brother could not. The sword gleam flashed. Zhuo Ruzhui's hand fell on Jingjiu's sleeve. Jingjiu's finger fell on his chest. Pa 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 pa. Countless soft, muffled sounds echoed in his body. Dozens of puffs of white smoke rose from his sword robe. Zhuo Ruzhui was pushed into the forest and crashed into a tree. The tree broke with a crack and then fell into 2 halves. As the white smoke dissipated, dozens of sword marks appeared on his body, and some blood was seeping out. It was deathly quiet in the valley. It was the same in the night sky. Heaven and earth were speechless. Countless gazes fell on Jingjiu. Some of them were shocked, some were in awe, and some were eager. What method did Jingjiu use? His body movements were so mysterious and unpredictable that even the escape method of heaven and earth in Zhongzhou school could not surpass it. The crowd had countless questions, and then they remembered the rumor. Your sect has so many talented disciples. It's really worth celebrating. But you've hidden it well. Yu Qianmin said this while looking at Fang Jingtian and Nan Wang. He didn't sound bitter, but he sounded more like he was testing them. Fang Jingtian was silent, and he looked at the figure in the valley thoughtfully. Nan Wang said calmly, "It's just a born shapeless sword body. Do you think Aoyama needs to shout it everywhere?" Chapter 369. There were many things that could be known by others without being publicized, like by Zeo's affection for Jingjiu and the outcome of the sword tournament of Green Mountain. Before the tree was broken, Zhu Ruzhui lifted his sleeve to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jingjiu with a weird expression. At that moment, Jingjiu could have killed him easily, and the result would have been clear. Was a legendary born, shapeless sword body so powerful that it could ignore the difference in cultivation states? If young brothers didn't go easy on you, how could you have the chance to sneak attack him? A cold voice rang out in the night sky. Hearing this, the crowd was slightly startled. Thinking of the previous scene, they found this statement was reasonable. The fight between cultivation practitioners would rarely be as close as that between Jingjiu and Zhuo Ruzhui. Zhuo Ruzhui was in the initial state of free travel. As long as he kept a distance, he could crush Jingjiu with his cultivation state. No matter how high his swordsmanship was, how abundant his sword source was, and how formless his sword body was, he wouldn't stand a chance. In the beginning, Hejan told Tong Yin that Zhuo Ruzhui went easy on Jingjiu for this reason. What surprised the crowd more was that the voice came from the crowd in Aoyama. That person didn't control his voice, so everyone heard it. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Jingjiu looked up at the night sky and remembered that the disciple was called Jian Ruyun, and what rank was he on Liangwang Peak? For some reason, Jian Ruyun had been vigilant against Lu Shui and didn't give up the investigation of Zuyi's case. As a result, his younger brother Jian Rushan was killed. After that incident, his hatred for Shinma Peak and Lu Shui grew stronger. How could he let Jingjiu leave like this? So he pointed out the truth. Jingjiu walked back to the iron sword, pulled it out of the ground, and threw it into the night sky. It seemed to be a casual movement of waving his sleeves, but a strong wind came up in the valley. A sword ray pierced through the air, heading straight for the people of Aoyama. The sword light was extremely straight, as if an invisible giant hand had drawn a stroke in the night sky. Along with a thunder-like rumbling sound, the iron sword arrived in the sky a few miles away and arrived in front of Jian Ruyun. The sword arrived so quickly that Jian Ruyun had no time to react. He was about to be killed. Suddenly, a slender finger stretched out and lightly flicked the iron sword. With a crisp sound, the iron sword turned around and flew back. Nan Wang withdrew his finger and smiled without saying a word. The iron sword returned to the ground at an even faster speed. Jingjiu reached out and took it. It wasn't until now that Jian Ruyun realized what had happened. His face was a little pale. He knew that if martial uncle Nen had not stopped him, his head would have been separated from his body. There was an uproar in the night sky. Hejan and the others in the valley were shocked speechless. Standing in front of the broken tree, Zhuoruzhui looked at Jingjiu with an even weirder gaze. The uproar was followed by a deathly silence. There was no sound in the night sky. Jingjiu wanted to kill a disciple of Liangwang Peak at a distance of 3 miles. What state was he in? Jingjiu had wielded his sword casually, and it was evident that he had more strength to spare, indicating that his state was higher than what he had shown. Had he reached the middle state of the free travel? Had he surpassed Zhuoruzhui? If so, Jian Ruyun's words, Hejan's opinion, and the others' conjectures would all be a joke. If Zhuoruzhui had relied on his higher state to attack from a distance at the beginning, he would have lost more miserably. Nan Wang looked at Bai Rujing and asked in a mocking tone, "Do you still want to expel him from the mountain gate? It seems that it's not convenient today." Jingjiu walked to the front of Bai Zhao with the iron sword in his hand. He threw the cloth to the ground. It had been burned by the sword fire, so it couldn't be used anymore. Bai Zhao nodded, and then took out a piece of white cloth as if he was performing a magic trick. Jingjiu took the white cloth and found it was woven from the silk of the natural silkworm. He nodded to show his appreciation, wrapped the iron sword in the cloth, and tied it on his back. Hejan asked confusedly, "We all know that you have broken through the free travel state. Why do you still carry the sword on your back?" Jingjiu could bring the iron sword into his body, but he couldn't really bring it into his body. It was similar to the fact that he had become the youngest cultivation practitioner in the middle state of the free travel, but it wasn't the real free travel state. In other words, his iron sword couldn't merge with the sword pill. It was because his new cultivation method didn't require the iron sword to nurture a sword ghost. It would be troublesome to hide the iron sword in a distant place and take it out every time he needed it. Though he had never considered this issue every time he took the bamboo chair. It would be troublesome to explain this matter, so Jingjiu didn't explain it to him. It was unclear when Zhuoruzhui had sat on the cross-section of the broken tree and asked, "What kind of sword style are you using? I've never seen it, and it's not written in the book." Jingjiu said, "There are many sword styles that you haven't seen. Don't sleep in the cave all the time. Come out and take a look. It's good for you." Having said that, he turned around and walked toward the outside of the valley. Looking at his back, the crowd had mixed feelings. Many people were exclaiming in surprise. After Zhao Liu showed up in the world, she was unrivaled. Zhuoruzhui managed to defeat her once, but Jingjiu won her back in less than 2 days. The Shinma Peak, where the manor cave of the immortal Jingyang was located, was indeed a holy land for the cultivation world. The people who came from it were all freaks. Seeing Jingjiu break through the free travel state and even enter the middle state, Bai Zhao was the happiest one, or in other words, she felt gratified. She felt less guilty that Jingjiu's cultivation hadn't been delayed by the 6 years he spent in the snowland. Sensei's attitude was the same as usual. Glancing at Zhuoruzhui, who seemed to be deep in thought, she curled her lips and said, "He is so lazy, and yet he dares to criticize others?" Hejan recalled the plum meeting that year, feeling sentimental. "I stopped playing chess after watching you and Jingjiu play chess back then. Seeing their sword fight today, I have no choice but to stop using a sword in the future." Tong Yin shot him a glance and said, "The problem is that you don't use a sword in the first place." Returning to the Peeled Skin Mountain residence, Jingjiu felt a bit tired as his feet landed on the floor. This was a rare thing for him, because Zhuo Rujui's talent and fighting prowess were indeed very strong. It was reasonable for Lu Xi to place high hopes on this child. Entering the room, Jingjiu found Gu Qing meditating and sitting cross-legged. A straight band of white smoke came out from the top of his head, and a flying sword rotated slowly in the smoke. Jingjiu watched him in silence. Gu Qing had a good talent and was very diligent. Jingjiu had thought that his only disciple had already entered the free travel state, but now he realized that he was still a step away from it. If Jingjiu hadn't been delayed for 3 years in Jiaoge City, he would have broken through that step a long time ago. It wasn't until Bai Rujing mentioned Gu Qing a few days ago that Jingjiu learned of the evaluation the world had for Gu Qing. Flattering his master? Jingjiu didn't care about it at all. It was what a disciple should do. Gu Qing called back his flying sword and opened his eyes. As he saw his master standing in front of him, he was startled and stood up hastily to bow to him. In the next moment, he sensed that Jingjiu's energy was more formidable than usual, meaning that Jingjiu had just experienced a fight. Jingjiu couldn't help but be alarmed. He called out his flying sword and asked, "Master, what happened?" "It's about Zhuoruzhui," said Jingjiu. Gu Qing was taken aback for a moment and asked uncertainly, "Has it been settled?" Jingjiu uttered him. Gu Qing was quite happy. They were both disciples of Shenma Peak, but he thought more than Yuan Chu, and even more than Zhao Leiyu and Jingjiu. There was no senior master in Shenma Peak guarding it, and the master white ghost couldn't stay on the peak top all the time, so he had to rely on himself. Time was needed. Time depended on the influence of senior Grandmaster Jingyang, so Shenma Peak couldn't afford to lose. It was better to lose as little as possible, no matter if they were fighting with their own sect or the cultivation practitioners of other sections. Even if they lost, they had to win it back as soon as possible, just like his master. Of course, his master was the only one who could do this. Gu Qing thought in his mind. Glancing at his flying sword, Jingjiu asked, "Do you want to change it?" In the state of free travel, one had to start raising a sword ghost. So if a sword cultivation practitioner wanted to change his sword, it was best to do it before entering the state of free travel. Looking at the sword in his hand, Gu Qing said after some thought, "No need." He knew that since his master said so, he would definitely find a good sword for him, maybe even a flying sword in the fairy state like the Blue Ocean Sword. If he didn't change his sword, he could only use this ordinary flying sword. But he still refused. He already had feelings for this flying sword. And there was a more important reason. I can't forget the principle that the sword rises with the person. Gu Qing looked at Jingjiu and said seriously, "Master, you used this ordinary ugly sword to defeat senior brother Zhua. I can do the same." Jingjiu suddenly found a problem. Zhao Leiyu pursued the so-called fair fight to suppress the power of the thoughtless sword, so she lost to Zhuo Ruzhui. But Gu Qing didn't want to change his sword. Yuan Chu was often scolded by young sister Yushan. Those monkeys were often bullied by their distant relatives on Shiyue Peak. The people on Shenma Peak were a bunch of idiots, including Lu Shui in the Guocheng Temple. It was unclear who they had learned from. Thinking of all this, Jingjiu walked out of the room, took out the bamboo chair, and lay down. The image of the heavenly retrieval orb was still hanging in the night sky, but it was much fainter than it was during the day. It was the image of the starry night, overlapping with the real starry sky. It was hard to tell the real from the fake, and it felt like a dream. On such a beautiful night, Jingjiu suddenly felt something was wrong. He had to get the fairy book of longevity no matter what. So he would have to compete with those Dao competition practitioners, or even fight them to the death. He might have to use the underworld fairy sword then. Tonight, he used Aoyama to testify that he used the born shapeless sword body because he didn't want the Zhongzhou school to find out something was wrong. But why did he feel something was wrong? Jingjiu closed his eyes and started calculating while tapping his fingers on the armrest of the bamboo chair. After a long while, he opened his eyes and confirmed his feeling, but he couldn't figure out where the feeling came from. More than 10 days later, The celebration of the 30,000-year anniversary of the founding of the Sinner sect had come to an end. The lectures of the immortals had come to an end, but none of the cultivation practitioners of various sects and those free-traveling practitioners left, because the main event was about to begin. Today was the day of the Tao competition. It was said that the fairy book of longevity was left behind by the fairy Lady by Run when she ascended. Though it was merely an accessory book, it was still a precious treasure in the human world. Who would get the fairy book of longevity? This was the focus of the entire Cloud Dream Mountain and even the whole cultivation circle. Those young swordsmen who had been famous for a long time were naturally the focus of attention, like Zhou Ruzhui. After staying behind closed doors for more than 20 years, he defeated Zhao Liu as soon as he came out, giving him a mysterious and legendary aura. Zhou Ruzhui stood in the crowd with drooping eyes, looking listless. The news that he had been defeated by Jing Jiao a few nights ago had spread. Many cultivation practitioners who didn't know him thought that he was depressed after the blow. Fang Jingtian, Bai Rujing, and others looked gloomy or even gloomy. It was not because Zhou Ruzhui had been defeated by Jing Jiao, but because Jing Jiao wasn't here. More than 10 disciples of Shui Yu Nunnery were standing on a stone platform in the distance, their skirts fluttering in the wind. There was only one seat, and Jing Jiao was sitting on it. Countless gazes fell on him, and numerous discussions arose because of him. Undoubtedly, he was the most popular figure in the cultivation circle at the moment, and he was also the most promising participant in the Tao competition. He had entered the middle state of free travel at such a young age, so he was naturally the most outstanding genius. There had never been such a genius in the cultivation circle before, and it was believed that it would be hard to find one in the future. The immortal sect master of Aoyama didn't show up. It was said that he, the great grandmaster of Shui Yu Nunnery, the sect master of Kunlun, and other important figures were discussing the Tao with the immortal Tan. It was evident that the immortal Lu didn't express his opinion on Jing Jiao's choice. Bai Rujing had said that he would expel Jing Jiao from the mountain gate, which became a big joke. However, they didn't expect Jing Jiao to represent Shui Yu Nunnery in the competition. If he obtained the fairy book of longevity, who would it belong to? A voice burst out outside the valley and entered the ears of every cultivation practitioner. It was as clear as words in front of their eyes. The host of the Tao competition was Yu Qianmin, an elder of Zhongzhou school. He had a profound cultivation state in the Lianshu state. He would be a real immortal in the human world. Countless birds flew over from all directions of the Cloud Dream Mountain in response to the magic method. They hovered on the cliff wall outside the valley, forming a line and forming a name in the end. Along with the voice of Yu Qianmin, the birds flapped their wings and flew away, forming a new name on the cliff wall. The cultivation practitioners were amazed, thinking that the Cloud Dream Mountain was indeed an orthodox sect and the leader of the orthodox cultivation sects. Their methods were extremely marvelous. Nan Wang was a bit displeased, exclaiming, "Is this a magic trick?" Though she said so, she was fully aware that Aoyama was indeed more boring than the Cloud Dream Mountain. Otherwise, why would Qingrong Peak require the Great Formation to be open for a few days during the spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, and winter snow? Jing Jiao. Yu Qianmin had finally uttered this name. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and countless gazes were fixed on the disciples of Shui Yu Nunnery. Jing Jiao turned around and walked toward the front of the valley. The birds on the cliff wall didn't expect the name to be written in so few words, so they didn't know how to write the name in a hurry. In the end, many birds couldn't squeeze into the cliff wall and had to stay outside, looking a bit messy. Jing Jiao had been satisfied with his name, and he was even more satisfied with it now. It was then that the birds on the cliff wall changed their formation again, forming 3 words. Bai, Qian, June. This was a name. Jing Jiao sensed a violent, bloody, and unpleasant energy behind him. It must be the owner of that name. Chapter 370. Someone overtook Jing Jiao and walked forward. That person's body was very muscular, as if it had been chiseled by knives and axes, giving off a feeling that it was indestructible, as if it were made of steel. Jingjiu knew that this person was Bai Qianjun. He was the distant nephew of Bai Zhenren, and he had been cultivating in a remote valley on the Cloud Dream Mountain. Like Zhu Ruzhui, who stayed behind closed doors on the top of Tingguang Peak, he was highly regarded by the cultivation sect. However, Zhu Ruzhui had stayed behind closed doors for more than 20 years. Though the whole world knew about him, few people knew of his existence, so he was even more mysterious and low-key. It seemed that Bai Qianjun had a powerful energy, even more powerful than Lo Huainan's, so he should have formed the Yuanying. Soon after, Xiang Wanshu, Tong Yin, Bai Zhao, and a few other names appeared on the cliff walls one by one. 7 disciples of the Zhongzhou school, including Bai Qianjun, walked to the front of the valley. Seeing this scene, the cultivation practitioners couldn't help but discuss it. But this was the Cloud Dream Mountain, and the fairy book was presented by the Zhongzhou school, so they didn't say anything. Even if the Zhongzhou school didn't limit the number of participants in the Dao competition, other sects couldn't provide so many talented disciples. Of course, this didn't include the Aoyama sect. Guinan Shan, Guhan, Jianriyun, and the others stayed where they were, and Zhu Ruzhui walked toward the front of the valley. He crossed his arms with drooping eyelids, looking like he hadn't slept well. He exuded a cold intent from his body, giving off a feeling that strangers shouldn't get close to him. The representative of the Guichang Temple was a young monk with the Buddhist name of Cottage. Few people could recognize that he was Yizhan because his beard and hair were shaved clean. Sensei's realm wasn't high enough, so no one from Ozawa participated. No one from Western Sea Sword School came either. The participant chosen by the Kunlun sect was a middle-aged man who pretended to be a scholar while waving a fan. His demeanor was uninteresting, but it seemed that he thought himself quite interesting. The participant in the Dao competition in Yamatai was a true young scholar, wearing a simple cotton cloth. Instead of holding a fan in his hand, he held a book in his hand. Seeing this young scholar, many people remembered that he was also a popular candidate for the Dao querying this time, Xian. He was the personal disciple of Bu Xiaoxiao, the head of Yamatai. He had studied hard for 20 years, and it was said that he had been recognized as the owner by a certain treasure of the temple. Could it be the scroll in his hand? As the winner of the last plum meeting, Cain Yang of the Mirror sect also obtained a spot. Another winner of the plum meeting was a free-traveling practitioner. It was not easy for a free-traveling practitioner to win the plum meeting without the guidance of a sect or master. The free-traveling practitioner walked to the front of the valley and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile after taking a look at Yizhan. It was evident that the two of them knew each other, and they were even familiar with each other. Yizhan had many friends, and he traveled the world as a free-traveling practitioner, so it wasn't strange. The last participant was a disciple of the No Mercy sect. The cultivation practitioners were a bit surprised. This disciple of the No Mercy sect was very young, dark and thin, giving off a feeling of immaturity. Mr. Pei was defeated by the sword of the godly swordsman of West Ocean again and died suddenly. Didn't the No Mercy sect seal off their mountains in accordance with his will? Why did the No Mercy sect send so many disciples to the Dao querying meeting this time? More than 40 young cultivation practitioners stood outside the Huyin Valley. Besides Guinan Shan and others of the Aoyama sect, the strongest swordsmen of the young generation were all here. Innumerable gazes fell on these young cultivation practitioners, but where were their gazes? Ahead of them was a couple in a white cloth. These young cultivation practitioners were fully aware that the final winner of the Dao querying meeting would be one of these two. Jingjiu had the highest cultivation state among them. Yet, in the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream, the strongest cultivation state didn't guarantee the final victory. There were 7 participants from the Zhongzhou school. The disciples of Zhongzhou, including Tong Yin and Bai Qianjun, would definitely support Bai Zhao. Bai Zhao sensed those gazes and knew that most of them were on Jingjiu. She glanced at Jingjiu with a bit of pride and worry. The early stages of the Dao querying meeting were easy for Jingjiu, but it was a bit troublesome after entering the illusionary realm. In her opinion, Jingjiao could learn those tricks and schemes, but she was worried that he wouldn't bother to do them. Yet, she couldn't give the fairy book to him in the end. It was left by her ancestors, so she had the responsibility and obligation to stay on the Cloud Dream Mountain. She looked at Jingjiao and said with a smile, "I won't recognize you after I enter the illusionary realm." This statement had several layers of meaning, and it was quite profound. Jingjiao said, "If I meet you, I will recognize you." Bai Zhao let out a charming smile, thinking that Jingjiao's words were too blunt. There was a building in the deep end of the Huiying Valley. It was shaped like a hall, and the space inside was very spacious, enough to hold 1,000 people. 50 cultivation practitioners stood in the building, but it didn't feel crowded at all. There were many chairs scattered in the building, and all kinds of tea and exotic fruits were placed on the tables. There was no caretaker or servant boy to serve them, so the participants could take whatever they wanted. Some of the participants walked to the tables, drank the tea, and talked to each other in a low voice, either because they had a calm temperament or to conceal their nervousness. Many of them were really nervous, standing on the same spots, not knowing what to do. As Jingjiao was about to take out a bamboo chair and lie down, he remembered Zhao Lei's reminder during the chess tournament of the plum meeting, so he pulled a chair to a corner and sat down. Zhuo Rizhui moved as well. He followed Jingjiao to that corner and stood leaning against the door. Zhuo Rizhui's eyelids were still drooping, but he wasn't dozing off. He glanced at Jingjiao once in a while. If it were anybody else, they would ask why Jingjiao had looked at them a few times, and then they would talk to each other. Yet, Jingjiao didn't pay any attention to Jingjiao, thinking, "You can look at me all you want." The morning sunlight has dyed the mountain mist. Jingjiao didn't respond, but someone else did. It was unclear why the thin and dark disciple of the No Mercy sect had come to the corner. He stared at Zhuo Rizhui without blinking his eyes, full of vigilance. The people had noticed the commotion in this corner and started discussing in a low voice. Tong Yin looked at them coldly. She didn't care about what they were discussing, but observed their expressions and movements. In comparison to the plum meeting, the participants of the Dao competition were much stronger. In order to ensure that his young sister could obtain the fairy book, he had to make the necessary preparations. If he could recognize the participants earlier after entering the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream, he would have a great advantage. In the illusionary realm, it was impossible to recognize the other participants by their appearances and magic treasures. Instead, he could only recognize them by their habits, which are the most difficult to change, like how many fingers they use to hold the tea, their standing posture, and the style of their hair bun. Xiang Wanshu and the other disciples of the Zhongzhou school didn't know what Big Brother Tongyan was doing, but they used their eyes to confirm with each other that they would recognize each other in the illusionary realm. Bai Qianjun stared at a spot in the distant empty space with a cold expression on his face. It was unclear what he was thinking. Flutter, flutter. The sounds of birds flapping their wings could be heard outside the building. The people looked at the outside of the building. The sounds suddenly became more frequent, and it was unclear how many birds there were. The sounds of birds flapping their wings could be heard inside and outside the building like the wind, deafening to the ears. Countless birds flew in from the outside of the valley, covering the sky and earth, blocking the sunlight. It was a formidable scene. Some participants with a weaker mental state changed their expressions, looking around reflexively. Even though most of the participants were curious, they thought this might be a test of the Dao competition, so they didn't move. Bai Zhao thought that they had guessed it right. This was the first test of the Dao competition, though the test was not those birds. Tens of thousands of birds had dispersed. A little girl appeared in the building. She was indeed small, only 2 feet long, but she could stand in the palm of an adult. The little girl was very pretty, looking like a fairy from the alien land. Her skin looked like it was made of colored glass, giving off a feeling of being transparent. Yet, her energy was very light, lighter than the water and lighter than the wind. If one closed their eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense her existence. She had a pair of transparent wings on her back, which were flapping incessantly, bringing up a gust of gentle wind, giving off a refreshing feeling. What is this? Some cultivation practitioners felt alarmed when they saw the little girl flapping her wings in the sky. This was the Cloud Dream Mountain, so they wouldn't strike recklessly. But nobody knew what the test of the Tao competition was. She is the spirit of the green sky mirror. Baizeo nodded to the little girl as a greeting, and then said to the crowd, "You guys can call her Qing." The crowd was startled. Even Jing Jiao shot a glance at the little girl. Only the heavenly treasure could give birth to a true spirit. It was said that some true spirits of the heavenly treasures had appeared in the distant ancient times. Some of them had ascended with the ancient immortals, and some had disappeared in the long river of time. It had been a long time since anyone in Chaotian had heard of the true spirits of the heavenly treasures. They knew that the participants would enter the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream through the green sky mirror in the Tao competition. But they didn't expect the green sky mirror to be a magic treasure of the heavenly state and have a true spirit. The illusionary realm of Cloud Dream is a world created by the green sky mirror. Though it's not dangerous inside, the spiritual souls of the cultivation practitioners will be affected by the mortal karma if they stay in the illusionary realm for too long, which will affect their cultivation in the future, and they might even go mad. As such, Qing will ask us some questions later to confirm whether we can enter the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream. As the crowd calmed down a bit, Baizeo continued. They were all the most talented young people in the cultivation world, so they understood the reason. The scholar of the Kunlun sect took a few steps forward and said to Baizeo, "Thanks for reminding us, Fairy Lady White." It was a simple statement, but it sounded sincere and nauseating. It was obvious that he was trying to curry favor with Jing Jiao. Baizeo let out a faint smile, saying nothing. Some of them displayed a mocking expression, thinking that the Fairy Lady White had devoted all her affection to Jing Jiao, but Jing Jiao was nothing to her. The mirror spirit named Qing flew to the front of Baizeo and said innocently, "It's rare to see so many people, so I'm a bit scared." Before Baizeo could respond, the scholar of the Kunlun sect interrupted, "Don't be scared, spiritual master. We'll wait for her." It was evident that he was trying to curry favor with Jing Jiao. Qing suddenly clapped her hands. The sound was crisp and clear. In the next moment, countless residual shadows appeared around her, as if 1,000 palms were clapping together. "Pah! Pah!" The loud claps came out like a rainstorm, echoing in the building and the valley. The claps grew louder and louder, like the waves of the ocean. The scholar of the Kunlun sect couldn't finish his sentence. Some cultivation practitioners with lower cultivation states felt dizzy because their Tao hearts were unstable. It was so powerful just by clapping her hands. Looking at the little girl again, no one thought she was cute, but rather terrifying. Jing Jiao took another look at her and found that she was indeed a real spirit, but she was still a little bit weaker. She was much stronger than the lone sword. He had nurtured the lone sword for so many years, but it hadn't developed its spiritual intelligence, let alone manifesting its spiritual body. The thoughtless sword was even weaker. The other 6 swords had no hope at all. In Jing Jiao's eyes, they were even less promising than the iron sword on his back. He didn't know when the lone sword would become sensible, and he hoped that it would make some progress by following Lu Shui. He heard that Zen Master had written a letter to Yamatai, and Lu Shui would probably go there soon. As Jing Jiao was thinking of all this, Qing Er's hands had finally stopped. The 1,000 hands had returned to her body. The thunder-like claps dispersed, and the wind stopped as well. Looking at the crowd below, she asked with a faint smile, "Can you concentrate now? Who will be the first?" The atmosphere in the building grew tense. Though it was just a matter of asking some questions if she determined that they were not qualified to enter the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream, they would be eliminated. Someone asked, "Spiritual Master, how will the test be conducted?" Qing said, "It's simple. You have to give an answer in 10 seconds. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Then I'll judge whether your answer is correct or not." It was a simple rule, but nobody came forward. Everybody could imagine that this test was not as simple as answering the questions. The disciple of the No Mercy sect stopped staring at Zhuo Ruzhui and turned his head to glance at Jing Jiao. Jing Jiao was puzzled, but he nodded in response to the other person's questioning look. Let me try. The disciple of the No Mercy sect came to the crowd and raised his right hand. What's 1 plus 1? Asked Qing Er. Upon hearing this question, everybody was taken aback. Such a simple question must have a deeper meaning. What was the answer? It was indeed the Tao competition, where the path toward heaven was simple, but it was hard to get close to it. Unexpectedly, the disciple of the No Mercy sect gave the answer without a second thought. 2. There was an uproar. Someone almost laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, Qing Er looked at the disciple of the No Mercy sect with an approving expression, saying, "Not bad. You can go in now." It became deathly quiet in the building again. The crowd eyed each other speechlessly, wondering how it worked. Who will be the second? Asked Qing Er. The crowd eyed each other, but none of them came forward. To be qualified to participate in the Tao competition meant that one would be able to reach the state of the undefeated or the free travel within a few decades of cultivation, which meant that one would reach the state of the golden pill and the Yuanying state. This kind of person might have a problematic personality like the scholar of the Kunlun sect, but he wouldn't have a problem with his intelligence. The mirror spirit must have appreciated the truthfulness of the disciple of the No Mercy sect, which was why she let him pass. What if the next question was a very difficult one, or it was as simple as 1 plus 1, but it required a different answer? Many people felt remorseful, thinking that they should have been the first to come forward. Let me do it. The second person to come forward was the cottage monk of the Guocheng temple, Hejan. He had lost all hope in this world and had no desire for the fairy book. He merely came here to have a look, and he even had a desire to destroy himself. He didn't care even if he was eliminated. What's 1 plus 4? Asked Qing. 14. Hejan replied straightforwardly. It's interesting. You can go in now. Seeing the dejected expression on his face, Qing Er asked curiously, Why do you look so sad? Hejan was taken aback and said, Maybe it's because the fish on the Cloud Dream Mountain don't taste good when roasted? Qing Er said angrily, If I asked this question, I wouldn't let you pass. In the corner, Zhuo Ruzhui yawned and said, Isn't this a joke? Jing Jiao didn't heed him. Zhuo Ruzhui said, If I were the Zhongzhou school, I would eliminate the two of us at this stage. Jing Jiao thought that it was for this reason that they could pass the test. Otherwise, the Zhongzhou school would be laughed at for hundreds of years. Seeing Jing Jiao's expression, Zhuo Ruzhui guessed what was on his mind, feeling energized. If so, I'll go in now, he said while rubbing his face. Chapter 371. Jing Jiao and Zhuo Ruzhui had just fought in that valley. Though they weren't from the same sect, they were nonetheless of the same sect, so they had to fight side by side in the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream. The immortal Lu, the sect master of Aoyama, agreed to let Jing Jiao represent Shui Yu nunnery in the tournament. Maybe the two strongest young people in Aoyama could defeat the center sect if they fought together. Zhuo Ruzhui didn't become the next person to pass the test. When the crowd in the building found that Hejan's answer was acceptable, they felt more confident and raised their hands in tandem. Qing Er looked at someone and asked, What is the sum of 3 and 60? That person thought for a while and said, It's 1 year. It was evident that he was very confident in his answer. He looked around proudly. His answer was the same as Hejan's. But if he answered 360 directly, he would be suspected of copying someone else's answer. So he changed his answer. There were 360 days in a year. The crowd thought about it and found it was a reasonable idea. Unexpectedly, Qing Er said, No, it should be 63. It was fine if it was wrong, but it was still the same answer. The crowd displayed a baffled expression on their faces, and the same thought popped up in their minds again. How could it work this way? That person was taken aback and demanded, Why? You have to give us a reason. Qing Er glanced at him and said, It's because you are too ugly, and I don't like you. I don't want you to go in. This is the reason. That person wasn't convinced. He yelled excitedly while waving his arms, protesting the injustice he had suffered. Standing by the side, Zhao didn't pay any attention to him. A lethal intent flashed in Qing Er's tender eyes. 1,000 arms came out from her back and slapped down forcefully. The thunderous booms echoed throughout the valley. That person disappeared from the building, and as he reappeared, he was already in the middle of the Huiying Valley. He was knocked against the cliff wall and passed out. The crowd's faces turned pale, feeling fearful. Next, Qing yelled. By now, the crowd had realized that this mirror spirit of the green sky mirror didn't ask the questions in a regular pattern, and it seemed that the questions were entirely dependent on her mood. Thinking about the previous contestant's terrible condition, the building was dead silent. No one raised their hand for a long time. Zhuo Rizhui's eyelids drooped again. Tong Yin had already memorized all the participants' habitual movements and clothing details, so she walked out. The crowd was curious or alarmed. The green sky mirror was the magic treasure of the Zhongzhou school. Would Miss Qing ask him some simple questions? A chessboard appeared in front of Tong Yin. Was she going to play chess? There was a slight commotion in the crowd. They thought that it was too obvious that they were going to play chess with Tong Yin. 6 black and 6 white chess pieces appeared on the chessboard. They were not scattered but stacked on top of each other. They trembled slightly in the breeze, as if they could collapse at any time. Qing landed on the chessboard, her small face full of eagerness. "I can't beat you in chess," she said. "Let's play marbles." Tong Yin was taken aback. He realized that she was the little girl who often came to play with him when he was young. He thought she was a demon on the Cloud Dream Mountain back then, and he didn't dare tell his master and mistress about it. Unexpectedly, she was the mirror spirit of the green sky mirror. As a white chess piece landed, Tong Yin won the game of marbles. The crowd could tell that this game of marbles was actually quite complicated, even though it looked simple. The cultivation practitioners had a better grasp of the strength and accuracy than mortals, so it was very difficult to bounce the stacked chess pieces away one by one. Moreover, his opponent was the mirror spirit of the green sky mirror. Squatting on the chessboard, Qing watched Tong Yin's last move attentively. She stood up dejectedly, saying, "Well, you win." It was a narrow victory for Tong Yin. Even he felt a bit nervous at the end. He turned around and walked to the back of the building after shooting a glance at this little girl. Zhuo Rizhui seized the opportunity and came before the chessboard. "Shall we play marbles as well?" he asked with drooping eyelids. Qing was a bit disappointed at the moment. Seeing that Jingju looked even more dejected than her, she couldn't help but feel curious, asking, "Why do you look so dispirited?" "I didn't sleep well last night," said Zhuo Rizhui. Qing thought that Jingjiu didn't have a bright future if he was so nervous about such a matter. "Well, my question is," she said. Zhuo Rizhui said dejectedly, "Haven't I already answered your question?" It was quiet. Qing understood what he meant after a moment of bewilderment. "Do you mean I asked you why you look so dispirited?" she asked with a surprised expression on her small face. "Yes," Zhuo Rizhui said matter-of-factly. People couldn't help but sigh, wondering what had happened to the Aoyama sect all these years. Qing was speechless, but she found that what he said made sense. Feeling defeated, she said, "You win. Let's go in." Zhuo Rizhui walked slowly to the back of the building. Qing flew away from the chessboard and flew into the air. Looking at the scene, she felt even worse. She thought that she had to make things difficult for the next person to vent her anger. Jingjiu walked over. Qing looked at his face and was stunned. She forgot to flap her wings and landed on the chessboard. She came to her senses and blushed. What's your name?" she asked softly. "Jingjiu." "That's a nice name." Jingjiu passed the test just like that. There was an uproar in the building. Bai Zhao smiled helplessly and walked forward. Behind the building was the deep end of the cliff wall in the Huiying Valley. There was a stone cave on the top, looking like a courtyard. Jingju didn't like this place, but he didn't show it. The sunlight shone down from the stone cave, illuminating the ground. There was a bronze formation about 100 feet in diameter on the ground. If one ignored the lines and cracks on it, it could be regarded as a large mirror. The large bronze mirror exuded an indescribable energy. This energy was tens of thousands of times fainter than the faintest perfume, but it could be smelled or perceived accurately. It was exceedingly fresh, as if one's body would feel a bit lighter after inhaling it. It was similar to the energy of Qing when she waved her sleeve. The amazing thing was that the faintest energy gave off a strong feeling, even better than the thickest milk and hard liquor. This must be the green sky mirror. Jingjiu looked around and found there were 26 futons in the cave. A thin line extended from the bottom of each futon, leading to the inside of the green sky mirror. If one observed them carefully, they would find that those thin lines were actually the rivers, and there were all kinds of boats on the rivers. On the boats were boatmen, merchants, young ladies looking at the scenery behind the curtains, and women feeding their breasts. All of them looked like living beings, but they were devoid of life force. It was evident that they were not alive. Those who had entered the cave before him were all meditating with their eyes closed. So was Zhuo Ruzhui. That faint yet strong energy was probably a hint of fairy energy leaked out from the green sky mirror. Cultivating amid the fairy energy was a dream for every cultivation practitioner. Jingjiu glanced at the disciple of the No Mercy sect and chose a futon randomly to sit on. He reached out his hand to summon some wind to his face and took a bite, confirming that it was the true fairy energy. The green sky mirror was a heavenly treasure, also known as the fairy magic treasure, but it had never left this world, so it shouldn't have such an energy. Was it possible that the fairy book of longevity had been in the green sky mirror all the time, or in the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream? That was why his big brother couldn't find it back then. Thinking of all this, Jingjiu had a stronger feeling, but it was still not a good feeling. The participants came to the cave one after another. Bai Zhao, Cain Yang of the Mirror Sect, Scholar Shi of Yamatsai, and the Scholar of the Kunlun Sect had all passed the test. They were shocked when they saw the green sky mirror, and then they sat down as quickly as possible to cultivate by meditation. Bai Zhao, of course, didn't do so. It was obvious that Tong Yin had never been to the green sky mirror, but she was quite familiar with this place. As the beloved daughter of the immortal sect master and Bai Jinren, she had a special status on the Cloud Dream Mountain. It seemed that she had a lot of experience cultivating here and even in the illusionary realm. As all 26 futons were occupied, Qing flew in and clapped her hands. A gust of wind rose in the blue sky as her 1,000 hands moved. The group woke up from their meditation and looked at each other, the expressions in their eyes more determined and eager than before. It was merely a sliver of fairy energy leaking out from the green sky mirror, but they could sense the difference after cultivating by meditation for a while. If they could obtain the fairy book of longevity, what kind of fortune would it be? Nobody would give up such an opportunity. Later, the green sky mirror will guide you into the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream. It will be a bit dark in the beginning, but don't be afraid. Qing flew up along with the wind and disappeared from the entrance of the cave. The group felt a bit relieved, and their gazes started moving. The illusionary realm of Cloud Dream was not a 2-on-1 fight like in the arena, but a chaotic fight. As such, they had to consider some issues before entering the illusionary realm. Though 2 disciples of the Zhongzhou school had been eliminated by the spirit of the green sky mirror, there were still some highly achieved swordsmen, like Bai Zhao and Tong Yin, and Bai Qianjun was even more formidable. If they wanted to make it to the end of this trial, they had to form an alliance to deal with them first. The Aoyama sect was the best candidate to form an alliance with. Many gazes fell on Jingjiu, and then moved away. Jingjiu was very powerful, but he was too lazy. More importantly, the relationship between him and Bai Zhao was too complicated. Those gazes fell on Zhuo Ruzhui again. Zhuo Ruzhui lowered his head, his eyelids drooping. They couldn't look at each other, so they couldn't communicate with each other. Those gazes had no choice but to move away again. The gazes were moving around in the cave. It was soundless, but it was extremely lively. Ching flew higher and higher, breaking through the clouds and fog and arriving at a high spot. There was a stone platform by the cliff's edge. A dozen figures could be vaguely seen amid the thick fog. The immortal Tan, the sect master of Zhongzhou, the immortal Lu, the sect master of Aoyama, Bu Xiao, the sect master of Yamatai, the principal justice of the Guochang Temple, the sect master of Kunlun, and the sect master of Ozawa were all here. A dozen disciples have an unstable cultivation state and a weak Tao heart, so they might encounter mishaps in the green sky mirror. So I asked them to stay here. The transparent wings flapped softly, bringing up the fog and smoke. The face of Ching looked dreamlike, beautiful, and enchanting. One of them should be a descendant of the bloody demon church. He has joined the sect since he was a child. I left a mark on him. You guys deal with him. The dull voice of the immortal Tin broke out in the fog. Thank you. Ching nodded slightly and turned around, disappearing into the fog. A moment later, she appeared on the top of a peak. There was no platform on the top of the peak, but there was a railing by the cliff's edge. Standing by the railing, Bai Zhenren exuded a cold intent all over her body, looking like a snowy mountain. Ching flew to her back. Bai Zhenren didn't turn around, asking, "What did you find out?" Jingjiu is not his name, replied Ching. The mirror was the mirror. The green sky mirror was a mirror. One could adjust one's clothes when looking at the mirror, and one could tell right from wrong. Nobody could hide their true appearance when looking at the mirror. The green sky mirror was undoubtedly the most miraculous mirror in the world. Though it couldn't tell who was the most beautiful, it could tell who was lying. She was the spirit of the green sky mirror, so she would be the first obstacle in the Tao competition that day. Though the questions she raised seemed to be meaningless, they were actually meaningful. Zhuo Ruzhui was very cautious, so he tried his best to evade the questions. Jingjiu didn't think of all this, because everybody thought it was natural for her to raise the question based on Ching's demeanor and reaction. And the question was too simple. What kind of heavenly secret would it reveal? Jingjiu was his real name. Strangely enough, he didn't lie either. I don't understand what's going on. Having said that, Ching didn't say anything else. Bai Zhenren remained silent for a long time. Looking at her back, Ching felt a bit nervous. For some reason, she felt the energy on Jingjiu was familiar. She felt a sense of closeness to him, as if she had found someone of her own kind. She didn't tell Bai Zhenren about this discovery. This was the first time she had lied to Bai Zhenren since she was born, or in other words, concealed something from him. What she didn't know was that she hadn't come to this world until this moment. Let's begin then, Bai Zhenren said. She reached out her hand to the sky and picked up the heavenly retrieval orb. The whole of Cloud Dream Mountain noticed it. The light painting disappeared without a trace. The people outside the valley were engaged in a heated discussion. The fairy music could be heard faintly in the deep end of the clouds. The 26 participants by the side of the green sky mirror all heard the faint fairy music. The music sounded distant, but it also seemed to be right by their ears. They closed their eyes slowly and entered the dark world. She placed the heavenly retrieval orb in the middle of the green sky mirror with one hand. The heavenly retrieval orb sank slowly. It was like the setting sun sinking into the ocean. In the sky above Cloud Dream Mountain, the light screen that had disappeared not long ago reappeared. The cultivation practitioners couldn't help but discuss it while looking at the light screen. Would the light screen show the scenes in the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream? There was nothing on the light screen at the moment, except darkness. It looked like a piece of black cloth covering the real sky. A light speck suddenly appeared in the darkness. The light speck grew larger and larger, and gradually turned into a circle, exuding a great deal of light and heat. The sun broke through the invisible barrier and appeared in the sky, illuminating this corner of heaven and earth. The world woke up. This world had the grasslands, the mountains, the snowy peaks, and the ocean, and the fertile fields, the villages and the cities, the cattle and sheep in the villages, and the populace in the cities. The temples in the suburbs, and the eunuchs in the palaces. Everything was so familiar, no different from the places in Chaotian. The cries could be heard in a royal palace. The empress had died in childbirth. The emperor was so grieved that he was on the verge of passing out from crying. The royal palace was in a state of chaos. Nobody paid attention to the newborn prince, whose body was still stained with blood. In the next moment, the infant opened his eyes. His eyes were like a stretch of ocean. They looked calm and clear, but they were actually very deep, hiding countless storms and waves. A moment later, all the emotions in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only calmness and a hint of tiredness. He had the same feeling as when he woke up in the stone cave many years ago. It was truly annoying. Chapter 372. On a certain day, and at a certain moment in a certain world, 26 newborns were born at the same time. These newborns were male and female. Some were healthy, and some were weak. Some were born in the royal family, and some were abandoned in the pigsty. Some of the newborns saw flying swords when they opened their eyes. Some could only see the blue sky above their heads when they opened their eyes. A voice rang out in their minds at the same time. This land was composed of 5 countries, namely Chu, Luo, Qin, Zhao, and Qi. The bronze tripod controlled by the godly messenger represented the highest authority in this world. There hadn't been a recognized king for hundreds of years. Without rules, requirements, or help, the 26 newborns could only rely on their own strength to grow. If they could unify the land and become the ruler of the world, they would be recognized by the godly messenger and obtain the bronze tripod. That person would be the winner of this Tao competition and obtain the fairy book of longevity. The only limitation was that the cultivation state in this world could only reach from the consummation of the golden elixir to the initial state of nascent soul, which was the initial state of the free travel. After saying these words, the voice disappeared and never appeared in their minds again. He could see the blue sky when he opened his eyes, which meant that there was no roof over his head. In fact, the baby was in a small wooden tub, which was floating on the river. His eyes were dull, thinking that this was too unfair. Some people might be born with a golden spoon in their mouths, but why did he have to die? Was he still an orphan here? Was he going to be picked up by a nun mother and repeat his life in the previous life, picking up all kinds of good things again and again? Thinking of these things, Jean felt quite bored. He really wanted to close his eyes and let the river wash him down a cliff. Then he would die and leave. But then he thought that he might have some adventure if he fell down the cliff due to his luck. At this moment, the river was not as rapid as before. He saw a woman washing clothes by the riverside in the distance. He sighed and closed his eyes, mustering up all his strength to cry. The baby who saw the sword lights all over the sky must have joined a certain cultivation sect. It was a pity that he was not the offspring of a pair of cultivation companions. His parents were servants in this sect. His mother struggled to get out of bed a few days after giving birth. She tied him on her back with a piece of cloth and started sweeping the courtyard for those immortals. He opened his eyes again when his mother wasn't paying attention to him. He looked up at the sky and found that the cultivation practitioner, who was obviously a master, was merely in the state of inherited will. Could he be considered an immortal? What should he do to grow up quickly and cultivate diligently to become a useful person and find his young master? The baby thought about this difficult question, and following his mother's movements, he gradually became drowsy and fell asleep again. The highest cultivation state in this world was merely the initial state of the free travel, and there were only a few of them. As such, the status of the cultivation practitioners was not as high as it was in Chaotian. The one with the highest authority here was the emperor of the human world. Being able to reincarnate as a prince was naturally the best result of luck. The good-looking people were usually a good luck. Days were long past for the days. As time, lucky days, time. The grieving emperor gradually calmed down and began to manage the empress' funeral. Perhaps he would think of him at any time and come over to take a look. Years time, the old, but he was washed by old. The afternoon in the late spring always made people feel sleepy. It was exceedingly quiet in the palace. The palace maids and eunuchs were dozing off somewhere. Jingjiu opened his eyes and stood up slowly, getting used to his weak body. He was more experienced than others in this regard. He walked 7 steps on the bed, looked at the sky and the ground, and had a general idea of the current situation. Then, he looked at the distance and sensed the indistinct ringing of the bell in the void, feeling a bit relieved. If someone saw a 3-day-old baby get up and walk a few steps on his own, they would be scared to death. He lay down again, closed his eyes, and started cultivating by meditation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sparse here. For a regular cultivation practitioner, cultivating here for a year was not as good as cultivating for a day. However, he had similar experiences when he was trapped in the snowland, so he believed that he would be able to learn much faster than others. As the saying went, as long as one lived long enough, he would be able to learn more even if he seldom went down the mountain. Time passed peacefully. Jingjiu cultivated every day. In the eyes of the palace maids and eunuchs, he was sleeping. Some of them were worried that the prince might be ill or congenitally deficient since he slept so long every day. However, the imperial physician didn't find anything wrong with him after coming to check on him a few times. It was not a problem for Jingjiu to be held in the arms of a wet nurse, fed milk, and defecated. As long as his 6 senses were blocked, nothing would matter. The problem was that his appearance was still outstanding in this life. He was an infant now, so he looked quite lovely and handsome like an ice sculpture. While he was cultivating, those palace maids and eunuchs thought he was asleep, and they couldn't help but touch his face or other places stealthily. As for this matter, Jingjiu thought it over carefully, and in the end, he decided to endure it. The illusionary realm of Cloud Dream in the green sky mirror was evidently a place to experience the mortal world. These participants of the Tao competition would live here for many years, so their patience and experience of the mortal world was a part of their perception. Jingjiu had always thought that it was stupid to experience the mortal world in the Guoqing Temple, and that it didn't require any perception. The reason he chose to endure it was because he had no way to refuse it. In the following years, he cultivated diligently in the royal palace, and he would cry a few times to cooperate with them. 1 year later, he felt that a regular infant should be able to speak, so he started to speak, which startled the old maidservants and the palace maids serving him. It was probably because his pronunciation was too accurate, and he didn't say mother or father or some onomatopoeic word, but hot. The old maidservants and the palace maids confirmed it a few times before they were sure that he had said hot, and it was what he intended to express. The servants in the royal palace were worried that the prince would catch a cold, so they often wrapped him up like a rice dumpling, even in the middle of spring. He didn't have any jinshi at the moment, so he couldn't be immune to the cold and the heat. He was on the verge of dying from the heat. In the following year, besides cultivating, Jingjiu did another important thing. One day, he saw 2 palace maids playing chess, and found that their chess skills were almost as good as Tong Yan's. He planned something, and those palace maids and old maidservants didn't pass the test. Note, as a result, Jingjiu was certain that the people here weren't real living beings, and that this place was an illusionary realm. This question might be meaningless for other participants, but Jingjiu thought it was very important. In the past year, Jingjiu had fully grasped his own situation. He was the 9th prince of Chu Kingdom. The first 8 brothers and sisters died before they were even born in their mother's womb. The queen gave birth to him with great difficulty and then died in childbirth. In other words, he was the sole heir of Chu Kingdom. Logically speaking, a child like this should be treated like a treasure by the emperor. Yet, the emperor of Chu Kingdom wasn't a common emperor. The Chu emperor was good at writing poems, and his paintings were even better. He was talented in literature, but he had a deep love for the queen. He refused the chancellor's request to appoint a new queen, and even dismissed all the concubines in the palace. Except for attending the court meetings, he spent most of his time drinking, playing the zither, and singing in memory of his deceased wife. Jingjiu wasn't moved. It was because the fragrance of the wine and the singing that drifted over every night reminded him of Nan Wang on the opposite peak. Since the Chu emperor loved his wife so much, he didn't like this son who had caused his wife's death. He didn't want to pay attention to him, but he lived a luxurious life and lived a good life. The Chu kingdom was located in the south of Chaotian. It was neither rich nor powerful, and its people were weak. In comparison to the three powerful states of Qin, Zhao, and Chu had a weak sense of existence and was often neglected. Jingzhou was quite satisfied with all this, and he even thought it was perfect. If he continued cultivating in the royal palace and lived like this, it would be hard for him to grasp the outside world quickly, but he didn't care. Back when he was in Aoyama, he didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the outside world. 1 year in the dream was about 1 day in reality. The scenes projected by the heavenly retrieval orb in the sky were changing at a high speed, bringing out countless light and shadow threads. The cultivation practitioners had much better eyesight than regular people, so they could vaguely see the contents of those fast scenes. Once in a while, the scenes would slow down. The people outside the valley could see some babies learning how to speak, some pretending to be cute, and some thinking silently like an old man. The 26 participants of the Tao competition had grown up in different ways in different circumstances. Nobody noticed that a blue bird would often appear in the slow-moving scenes, either on a tree branch or on the eaves. Some people thought they couldn't see the scenes clearly, or they thought it was meaningless, so they left the meeting place. But more people stared at the light screen thoughtfully. It was hard not to think about how short life was when the images flashed by so quickly. A white steed flashes across a crevice, and a spark of flint fire. They were all saying the same thing. Time was fleeting, but it should be cherished and pursued the path toward heaven. Maybe this was the purpose of the Tao competition. For some people, this trial in the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream was more like a good show. Sensei and that young woman Shui Yu Nunnery sat under a large locust tree, sharing dried fish. They were guessing the identities of those babies while looking at the scenes on the light screen. None of them had guessed that Jiang Luer was actually He Zhan. It was well known that He Zhan was known for his good luck in the cultivation circle. Yet, they could easily recognize who the prince of the Chu kingdom was. He had to walk 7 steps on the bed 3 days after he was born. Was he going to recite another poem? Who else could he be other than Jingzhou, who was so pretentious? Gu Qing didn't know that his master had become the prince of the Chu kingdom. It was because he didn't participate in the Tao competition, riding his sword 100 miles away from the Cloud Dream Mountain. After passing through the great formation of the Cloud Dream Mountain and cupping his hands to bid farewell to the center sect disciples who had come to see him off, he looked at the distant valleys, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This was Jingzhou's request. Gu Qing didn't quite understand what was going on. Yet, he remembered clearly that Jingzhou had said that he would go back to the Shenma Peak first no matter what the final result would be. This statement didn't make him feel relieved, but made him even more worried. It was because he couldn't understand the hidden meaning in this statement. The participants of the Tao competition had been in the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream for 4 years. Everything was normal. The 9th prince of the Chu kingdom was 4 years old. He was still as good-looking as ever, but he seldom spoke unless it was absolutely necessary. The emperor had finally remembered this son of his. He would come to visit him once in a while after drinking. Yet, the 9th prince couldn't get close to the emperor. No matter how the old maidservant taught him, he remained silent in front of the emperor. Many discussions had spread in the royal palace and among the populace. Some people said that the 9th prince was born unlucky and that he was probably an idiot, so it was useless for him to be so good-looking. Others said that he was a freak, and some people thought maliciously that if he weren't a prince, he would have been raised by human traffickers and sent to those officials and rich people to have sex with. One afternoon, it was very quiet in the grand hall. The 9th prince was taking a nap. A few servant girls were gossiping outside the window, not far from him. They were talking about those rumors. Some servant girls thought that those rumors were the truth. The 9th prince looked a bit silly. He often sat in the royal garden in a daze, and it was unclear what he was looking at or thinking about. Some servant girls didn't agree with this statement at all. His Highness is very smart. When I was playing chess with Sister E, I was about to die. His Highness helped me put down a piece when he passed by and saved me. How old is His Highness? And who has ever seen him learn chess from teacher? It's just luck. The servant girl looked around and said with a chuckle, "If you're talking about Crown Prince Jing, that's more like it." Hearing the name of Crown Prince Jing, the eyes of the servant girls all lit up. The Chu kingdom wasn't as powerful as Qin, Zhao, and Qi. The only one they could use was Lord Jing of Silla, who was stationed at the border with Luo all year round. It was said that the son of Jing of Silla was born on the same day as the ninth prince, but the difference was incalculable. That son of Jing of Silla was extremely smart. He could compose poems at a young age, and he was good at chess. He treated others like the spring breeze, as if he were a wise man or an immortal man descending to the human world. It was said that Lord Jing of Silla loved the son of Jing of Silla very much and regarded him as the apple of his eye. It was said that the son of Jing of Silla had said something outrageous when he was drunk. If my son hadn't been weak, he would have become the godly commissioner at the age of 30. Speaking of those rumors, the servant girls were quite excited, but also a bit regretful, thinking that the crown Prince Jing would be perfect if he hadn't been born weak. Jing Jiu's sleep was a form of cultivation, so he didn't really fall asleep. He had heard the conversation of the palace servant girls outside the window. He knew that he had met the first person of his kind in this world, but he wasn't sure whether the crown Prince Jing was Tong Yin or Cain Yang. Of course, the son of Jing Jiu might be born weak, or he might be by Zhao. Jing Jiu had vaguely guessed what kind of person the participants of the Dao competition would be reincarnated into after entering the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream. As for why the crown Prince Jing didn't conceal his identity at all and didn't worry about being discovered by other participants of the Dao competition, it was actually quite understandable. The Dao competition was not as simple as fighting in the arena. It would take a long time, and there were countless possibilities. Like Jing Jiu, the crown Prince Jing was born in a very good condition. No matter how hard he tried to conceal his identity, he would still be noticed by other participants of the Dao competition. No matter whether he was Tong Yin or by Zhao, the sooner he revealed his identity, the more advantage he would have. Jing Jiu was fully aware that he couldn't conceal his identity any longer. It was the same as what he had said to Zhao Liu by the sword-washing stream. The sun would always be seen by others, and he didn't wait for that disciple of the No Mercy sect, Enjuarujui, to find him like Crown Prince Jing did. The path he would take was different from that of other participants of the Dao competition. Chapter 373. The note I wrote yesterday was about the Turing test, but I couldn't find a suitable topic for it after a long time, so I had no choice but to omit the process. To do it again, to cultivate amid the sparse energy of heaven and earth. To be a prince. Jing Jiu had experienced all these things. As such, it wasn't difficult for him to adapt to the illusionary realm in the green sky mirror. Yet, he still found something out of place. One day, when he was in a daze in the royal garden, he saw two palace servant girls playing chess, so he helped them put down a chess piece. It was not because he was interested in the game, nor was it because he intended to show off his intelligence. It was an instinctive action of his. He was a regular person now. It was a long time since he had had such an experience. It reminded him of the time when he was in Zhaoga City a long time ago. He ran around in the royal palace because he was afraid that his brother would catch him and take him back to school. Then he saw two palace servant girls playing the finger-guessing game in the royal garden. After he put down the chess piece, he remembered that he was not in Zhaoga City. This royal palace was not the same royal palace. His brother had passed away in the Guicheng temple many years ago. Was this the effect of the illusionary realm of Cloud Dream? Jing Jiu had figured something out. From that day on, he hadn't played chess again. It wasn't until one winter many years later that Crown Prince Jing came to the capital in the wind and snow. Though Crown Prince Jing was very smart and intelligent, He was only 4 years old at the moment, so he couldn't predict that he would go to the capital many years later. There were many things he couldn't do either, like making the king listen to his advice, or establishing his own spy organization to find those participants as soon as possible. His teacher had already left. He sat by the window, writing while facing the falling snow. His handwriting was excellent. To say nothing of the children of the same age, even the counselors in the King Manor couldn't write better than him. His teacher was very satisfied and proud of him. He told him many times that he didn't need to practice so hard, but he didn't listen to him. He still wrote many characters in the study room every day. Those seemingly unrelated words were some information that he had memorized. No one but him could understand them. It was not difficult to find the other participants because they were all born on the same date, and he could remember all the small movements, expressions, and habits of the participants. His only worry was that living in the illusion for a long time would have some kind of influence on his mind and cause him to gradually forget some things. Therefore, he memorized all the information. Of course, he did not forget to note down the most important things. Who am I? Where do I come from? What am I going to do here? After writing those words on the paper, he casually stacked them at the corner of the table. Crown Prince Jing moved to the window with some difficulty and looked at the snowflakes. Sangzhou was located in the northernmost part of the Chu Kingdom, bordering the Luo Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. The climate there was rather cold, and it began to snow very early. Many participants of the Dao competition should have noticed him by now. In a few more years, someone might come to Sangzhou, and there were tens of thousands of troops led by Master Jing of Silla inside and outside Sangzhou. Silence. He stood in the middle of the net, waiting for those people to come, either to kill or to form an alliance. Some participants of the Dao competition were like him, not caring about being discovered by others. They must have the same idea as him. For example, the ninth prince who was said to be an idiot. The cold wind gushed in through the window. Jing Zhou coughed twice and took a blanket to cover his legs. Looking at his own face in the mirror, he let out a contented smile. The little boy in the mirror had thick eyebrows that were as sharp as swords. The Luo Kingdom was the weakest among the 5 kingdoms, and the populace lived the poorest lives. The villages near the Zhang River didn't benefit from the water. On the contrary, their properties were destroyed by the floods a few years ago, and they hadn't recovered yet. There was a ditch in the field which happened to be between 2 neighboring villages. During the drought years, this ditch would be an important piece of land that the 2 villages fought over. Men guarding the ditch with hoes on their shoulders could be seen everywhere. But there was no one by the ditch at the moment, save for 2 children standing on both sides of the ditch. The 2 children were about 4 or 5 years old, wearing ragged clothes. They seemed to be from a poor family. They looked at the sun in the ditch with their hands clasped behind their backs. They didn't talk to each other, nor did they throw stones at each other. Do you think the sun in the ditch is real or fake? The child in the east village suddenly asked. The child from the west village said, Do you think the sun in the sky is real or fake? The child from the east village looked up at the sky and said with squinted eyes, I think it's just a bead. The child from the west village said, The retrieved heavenly bead? The 2 children looked at each other and knew each other's identity. They were a little excited and a little wary. Do you drink? The child from the west village asked. I can drink a lot. The child from the east village replied. The child from the west village's eyes lit up and asked, What's your favorite dish to go with wine? The child from the east village said, I like to eat tofu and preserved eggs mixed with fried soybeans. What about you? The child from the west village said, Bean curd with chili oil and steamed buns. The 2 children looked at each other and reached out to shake hands across the ditch. The child from the east village was a little confused and said, My luck has always been bad, but where's your luck? You actually landed in such a desolate place. The child from the west village sighed and said, Don't mention it, but I'm lucky to have met you. The child from the west village who liked to eat bean curd with chili oil and was famous for his good luck was naturally Hejan. The child from the east village was called Jiang Rue, a rogue cultivator friend of Hejan. Jiang Rue had seen Hejan before he entered the Huin Valley, but he didn't expect that he would be the first one he met in the illusionary realm. He-Jean looked at the sun in the sky and said, thinking that those people might be looking at us like this, I feel a little embarrassed. Jiang Rui knew that he was reminding him not to reveal his identity, so he asked in a low voice, how did you become a monk of the Guochang Temple? Let's talk about it outside, He-Jean said. What's your situation now? Jiang Rui revealed a bitter smile and said, I'm a little miserable. I have to endure for a few more years. I have to kill that man first. He-Jean noticed the wounds on his body through the holes in his clothes and said, I'll help you then. Jiang Rui returned to his own house in the East Village. Before he could do anything after entering the house, he was slapped to the ground. A man reeking of alcohol cursed. Why didn't you stay at home to look after your little sister? Why'd you go out? This man was his father in this world. He liked to drink and gamble. No matter how much he drank or how much he lost, he liked to beat and scold his family to vent his anger. His family was poor to begin with, and the only valuable thing they had was sold by this drunkard. The free-traveling practitioners were still cultivation practitioners. When Jiang Rui traveled in Chaotian, he was regarded as an immortal by the mortals, so he had never been treated like this. Of course, he wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible and kill this drunkard and then leave this damn place. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the illusionary realm was too sparse, and it would take him a few more years to recover. Would he have to endure such a life for a few more years? However, if he left with He-Jean now, he would be sold by the human traffickers or eaten by the wild animals before he could go far. Thinking of a name He-Jean, an idea suddenly came to Jiang Rui's mind, and then he couldn't get rid of it. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, and in the end, he blurted out a sentence. I met a friend in the neighboring village on the other side of the ditch. In response to Jiang Rui, his drunkard father slapped him again and said, even a little bastard like you knows what a friend is. Jiang Rui said with tears in his eyes, he fed me white rice cakes and fruits. Of course we are friends. The drunkard father was taken aback for a moment before asking, white rice cakes? I haven't eaten them for a long time. Is your friend very rich? Jiang Rui said while sobbing. He said that a good thing had washed out from the river and was picked up by his mother when she was washing clothes by the river. He said that the good thing could be exchanged for many things, such as white rice cakes, yellow rice cakes. After a moment of silence, the drunkard father asked, what does that good thing look like? Jiang Rui glanced at him gingerly and said, I don't know. He said it looked like dried shit. But how could it be a good thing? The drunkard father asked while scratching his head. Dried shit. Is it yellow? No. He said it looked like the color of that. Jiang Rui said this while pointing at the sky. There was a golden sun in the sky. The drunkard father looked at the sun and squinted, wondering if it was the doghead gold. It was said that the Wang family in the neighboring village made a fortune by picking up a doghead gold in the river more than 30 years ago. Did such a good thing finally happen to him? It's just a pile of dried shit. The drunkard father pretended to be angry and slapped Jiang Rui's head, but he just touched it. That night, the drunkard father left after dinner. Jiang Rui knew that he wasn't going to gamble because he didn't drink. The poor family didn't have enough money to light a lamp, so it was dark at night. His mother had fallen asleep on the other side of the Kong while coaxing his younger sister. Jiang Rui sat on the other side of the Kong wrapped in a ragged quilt, with only his face exposed. Looking at the stars outside the window, he was lost in thought. Allying with He-Jean was certainly a good thing. He believed in He-Jean's ability and character. But the problem was, even if he and He-Jean could be together in the end, who would the tripod belong to? He didn't have any confidence that he could defeat He-Jean. Well, it didn't matter. It didn't matter how many years he had to wait. He was just jealous. In the real world, he had always been jealous of He-Jean's good luck. He was jealous that He-Jean had so many friends from big sects, but he didn't introduce any of them to him. This was the dreamland of Cloud Dream. Would he still have such good luck? If your luck is really that good, then you will survive tonight. Thinking about these things, Jiang Rui felt that the night was getting colder, so he tightened the quilt on his body. In a remote mud house in the West Village, A woman was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. She had struggled to survive for more than 30 years by doing laundry and cooking. She couldn't understand why she would die so carelessly because of a pile of dog-head gold that didn't exist. Hijan's hands and feet were tied, and he was lying on the ground. His face was covered with blood. His sight moved from his foster mother to the man who was rummaging through the chests and cabinets. He was a bit numb. The things that happened in the real world had made him disheartened. After entering the dreamland, he was even more desperate. He had planned to go with the flow and endure in this village until the end of the trial, rarely cultivating. Tonight, he realized that he was wrong. In the end, the man didn't find the dog-head gold. He was extremely disappointed. He turned around and punched and kicked Hijan again, completely ignoring that Hijan was only a 4 or 5-year-old kid. Hijan didn't cry out in pain, nor did he call for help, because he was afraid that the man would kill him. As long as he could survive, it was fine. Sometimes, living was more painful than dying. In the following days, Hijan understood this more and more. That man didn't want to go back empty-handed, so he sold him to a human trafficker. That human trafficker sold him to another human trafficker. He didn't know how many times the trafficker had changed hands. Finally, he was sold to Zhao. He was homeless and miserable all the way. The luck in the real world seemed to be reversed in the dreamland. When he was in a broker's house in the capital of Zhao, the rope that tied his hands was finally untied. The wound on his wrist was so deep that his bones could be seen. The people in the broker's house brought him some food, treated his wounds, bathed him, and even gave him some clean clothes. However, Hijan's bad luck didn't end there. The most painful moment was yet to come. A carriage took several boys to the depth of the capital. Gradually, they could see the majestic imperial palace in front of them. Hijan looked forward with a pale face. For the first time, he tried to escape. When a manager of the broker's house didn't notice him, he gritted his teeth and jumped out of the carriage. But he was only a 5-year-old boy. It was impossible for him to run too far. Soon, he was caught and brought back. After being beaten with sticks, he was still taken to the imperial palace. In a dark and gloomy room, he was tied to a chair. His body was extremely weak after being forced to drink medicine, and he didn't have any strength left. He could do nothing but watch the old eunuch walk over with a small knife with a deerskin handle. The Chu kingdom welcomed the diplomatic mission of the Qin kingdom in the north. It was actually not accurate to call it a diplomatic mission, because it was the Qin emperor who came to visit in person. It had never happened that an emperor went to another kingdom. It was said that the Qin emperor's decision was criticized greatly in his kingdom, but he still insisted on doing so, and he brought his favorite princess with him. The little princess was only 5 years old this year. It was unclear why the Qin emperor was willing to let her go on a long journey with him. Except for the two of them, nobody knew what the Qin emperor was going to discuss with the Chu emperor. A prince, of course, had to attend the welcoming banquet. Sitting on the bed, Jingju looked at the little princess, who was about the same age as him, wondering who she was. After the little princess of the Qin kingdom saw Jingjiu, her gaze had never left his face. She had been staring at his face, her eyes full of delight. The servant girls and old maidservants of the royal palace of the Chu kingdom couldn't help but laugh while covering their mouths, thinking that it was said that the people of the Qin kingdom were straightforward. It seemed that it was true that such a little girl knew what was good to look at, and she looked at it unscrupulously. The Qin emperor and the Chu emperor started a secret discussion. They drove all the servants out of the palace, leaving Jingjiu and the little princess of the Qin kingdom alone on the bed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.